Good morning, everyone. Hello, namaste, kem cho, Jai Sri Krishna. Jai Sri Krishna. Okay. It's a wonderful to see so many smiling faces in the room today. I, Hetal Gandhi, and I thrilled to welcome you all the most awaited session on a new labor code from complexity to clarity. As we dive into the new labor codes, as we all know, the world of work is changing now, and our laws are finally catching up. Today is not just about the legal compliances or checking the boxes. It's about to understand how this change affect our day-to-day life, from how we structure pay to ensure every team member is protected and heard. We want to ensure that as we transition into the new framework, we do so with the transparency and fairness. Now we begin with our session to starting with the lamp lighting session. Lamp lighting to mark the auspicious commencement of today's proceeding. I would like to invite our guest, esteemed guest, Dr. D.C. Bakshi sir, Mr. Bhupendra Singh, Dr. S.K. Raijada, Mr. Yes Pawar, Mr. Jignesh Mandavia, Mr. Prerak Desai on the stage for the traditional lamp lighting ceremony. May the flame we ignite today spread the light of knowledge and wisdom. Please join us. शुभम करोतु कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदम शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योति नमोस्तुते दीप ज्योति परब्रह्म दीप ज्योति जनार्दनम दीपो हर्तु मे पापम दीप ज्योति नमस्तुते दीप ज्योति नमस्तुते. Thank you, everyone. Moving further, I would like to introduce about the Society of Human Resource Professional, popularly known as SHRP. Our motto is Let's Grow Together. The Society of Human Resource Professional, established on 21st October 2018 and registered as a public charitable trust, is a non-profit, non-commercial professional body driven by committed HR professional, academician, and the student. SHRP function with the singular belief that people-centric leadership, ethical practices, and inclusive growth actualization nation building. Our key initiatives are Gyan Ratna Award, Yuva Ratna Award, HR from CEO perspective, HR conferences, Paryavaran Ratna Award, Suraksha Ratna Award, Sheva Ratna Awards, and Industrial Relation Conferences. I am proud to say our all initiatives are open and free without any discrimination. May I request you to please play SHRP AV. These are all our activities which we are performing throughout the year, like Yuva Ratna Award, Suraksha Ratna Award, our esteemed guests, those who are coming for the our events.
दे तो ये फलक मगरूर। नजरिया बदल दे, नजारे बदल दे, खिलाफत के सारे इशारे बदल दे। पैरों पे आगे तेरे मंजिल झुकेगी जरूर। है ठान लिया, ऊंचे रहे जो तेरे कद।
SHRP is not just a forum. It's a platform to it's a platform that power young volunteers like us to perform, learn and grow. Here we build a confidence in a public speaking, event management, networking and leadership through the real responsibility and experience. Today entire event from hosting to introducing esteemed guest is managed our volunteers. We sincerely seek your encouragement and pardon for any mistakes as we take here shape us into the better professional and better human being. So big round of applause for our volunteers and SHRP team. I would like to invite Mr. Hirensa to introduce our key partner of today's event.
हेलो एवरी प्रोग्राम जो होता है दिस इज़ अवर थर्ड प्रोग्राम इन विद इन 4 मंथ्स। सो हमारा जो भी प्रोग्राम है मोस्टली होटल तारासन में ही होता है और जो भी प्रोग्राम करना इतना अच्छा एम्बियंस है, इतना अच्छा है एंड इतना क्राउड होता है तो फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट तो चाहिए ही चाहिए। विदाउट फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट कुछ नहीं होता है। इसलिए हम SHRP के लिए तो हम लोग SHRP इज़ लाइक नरसिंह मेहता, वो जो उनका सॉन्ग है ना भाई मारी हुडी स्वीकारो महाराज रे हम એટલે आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल प्रहलाद भाई प्लीज। આ આપનો SHRP નો આ બીજો ઇવેન્ટ છે જે 100% સ્પોન્સર બાય ક્રાઉન HR સર્વિસીસ અને એમને એટલું પણ કમિટ કર્યું છે કે આઈઆરના જે પણ પ્રોગ્રામ હશે जितने भी आईआर के प्रोग्राम होंगे ही विल सपोर्ट 100% सपोर्ट। मतलब कि ये जो है इतना इतना लव है दिस इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल वो हम लोगों के साथ से जब से इनकॉर्पोरेट हुआ है SHRP 2018 से, ही इज़ कंसिस्टेंटली सपोर्टिंग अस. सो हमारे लिए तो कोई वर्ड नहीं है प्रहलाद भाई के लिए. थैंक यू, जितना कहे इतना कम है, क्योंकि ये सबको मालूम है कि घर में कोई प्रसंग होता है तो एक कॉस्ट बजट निकलता है, बराबर. तो वो बजट हमारे लिए भी, सोसाइटी के लिए भी रहता है. और हमारा संकल्प है कि नॉलेज एट नो कॉस्ट. जो भी हमारे प्रोग्राम है, हम उसमें एक सिंगल पैनी नहीं चार्ज करते, किसी के पास से नहीं, और ना मेंबरशिप भी है. तो इट इज़ वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू रन, क्योंकि जो भी प्रोग्राम है वो ख़त्म हुआ, बाद में दूसरे प्रोग्राम के लिए सोचना है. तो विदाउट स्पॉन्सरशिप लाइक दिस वी कैन नॉट मैनेज सच थिंग. और ये 2018 से अभी 6 ईयर हो गए. वी आर कंसिस्टेंटली डूइंग ऑल दिस प्रोग्राम सच ए लार्ज स्केल. तो थैंक यू वेरी मच प्रहलाद भाई. और तो कोई शब्द नहीं है मेरे लिए, क्योंकि उनका कमिटमेंट ही काफ़ी है मेरे लिए. तो थैंक यू प्रहलाद भाई. आई वुड लाइक टू टीम टू प्ले हिज वीडियो, कि प्रहलाद भाई का जो भी है, जो क्राउन HR सर्विसेज व्हाट दे आर डूइंग. सो प्लीज टीम प्ले दैट वीडियो. थैंक यू.
And for 14 years, Crown HR Services has stood for people, performance, and trust. Today, we proudly introduce ourselves as Crown HR and Industrial Services Private Limited, growing stronger, serving better, leading with purpose. Since 2011, Crown HR has empowered industries and created livelihoods across India. Today, Crown HR stands as an ISO certified, fully compliant HR force, trusted by more than 100 reputed companies and empowering over 4,500 employees working on Crown payroll across India. From shop floor heroes to skilled professionals and corporate talent, we connect the right people to the right opportunities. We provide end-to-end human resource induction training, including blue-collar employees. At Crown HR, people always come first. All-level employee receives all applicable statutory benefits like PF, ESIC, bonus, leave, etc. Rupees 10 lakh personal accident insurance, Rupees 1 lakh accident medical coverage, salary on time, every time, uniforms, ID cards and safety PPE. Because dignity, safety and respect is not just our policy, it is our culture. At Crown HR Services, we believe that HR is powered by technology, strengthened by ethics and built on trust. Transparency is at the core of everything we do. To deliver on this promise, we have developed our own onboarding and compliance software that enables 100% digital onboarding for all level candidates and 24/7 access for our clients too. Month-wise attendance and payroll data, monthly and yearly statutory compliance and registers, license and documents, employee records and insurance policy. Our software streamlines processes, ensures compliance and giving our client complete control and peace of mind. Crown HR was founded by Mr. Prahlad Joshi with a simple but powerful vision. Work with honesty, lead with heart, and success will always follow. With qualifications in business, law, and human resources and rich industrial experience, he built Crown HR on values of ethics, service, and people-first leadership. From humble beginnings to serving India's leading industries, the journey continues with passion and purpose. We proudly serve most of all leading sectors: pharmaceuticals, chemicals and intermediates, engineering and automobiles, electrical and power, FMCG, packaging, plastics, IT, and many more. Wherever industries thrive, Crown HR is there. For us, every placement is a partnership. Every client relationship is built on trust, and every process is designed for quality, efficiency, and excellence. Because at Crown HR, it's not just about managing human resources, it's about empowering human potential. We are Crown HR, adding gems to your crown.
Adding gems to your crown.
Adding gems
To your crown.
adding gems to your crown.
Adding gems to your crown.
Crown HR and Industrial Services.
I would like to invite Mr. Hiren sir to felicitate Mr. Prahlad Joshi sir. Thank you, sir, for your kind support. So, moving further, now we start our session. I would like to invite Ms. Hetal Panchal to the floor to introducing our esteemed moderator, Dr. S.K. Raijada sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce today's moderator, Dr. S.K. Raijada. He is highly respected professional in the field of human resource and industrial relations. Dr. Raijada brings with him more than 40 years of rich and diverse experience. An alumnus of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, where he completed his post-graduation in the faculty social work. Dr. Raijada has consistently demonstrated academic excellence combined with practical wisdom. Throughout his career, he has held very senior leadership positions. He served as the global CHRO of Piramal Glass and as group head IR for Piramal Group, where he successfully led global HR strategies and strengthened people practices. His professional journey includes leadership roles at Amul Dairy, Reliance Industries Limited, and Apollo Tyres, contributing significantly organizational growth and industrial harmony. Under his leadership, Piramal Glass was recognized India's top 30 best workplace in manufacturing by the Economic Times in the association with the Great Place to Work Institute. He has been honored with many prestigious awards, including Jewel of India, the Vijay Ratna Gold Medal, and Gyan Ratna Award 2024 by the SHRP for his outstanding contribution to the HR community. He also guided institutions such as GPSC, the National Safety Council, and Paru University, mentoring young professionals with great dedication. Dr. Raijada is truly visionary, a mentor, and an inspiration to all of us. Please join me in extending a very warm and heartfelt welcome to Dr. S.K. Raijada.
Moving further, I would like to invite Mr. Dev.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege to introduce distinguished academician, former senior government officer, and renowned labor expert and labor law expert, Dr. D.C. Baxi. Dr. D.C. Baxi completed his MSc in microbiology with first class from Gujarat University and later earned a PhD in interdisciplinary research focusing on occupational microbial disease in relation to labor legislation. A university rank holder in diploma in labor practices and bachelor in law, both degrees from Gujarat University. He also holds qualification in business management and computer science. Dr. Baxi began his career in pharmaceutical industries like Rails India Limited, V4 Private Limited, IV Injecta Limited, before serving the government of Gujarat over 30 years in the Labor and Employment Department, retiring as a Additional Commissioner of Labor. Dr. Baxi has contributed extensively as an assistant professor at Mahatma Gandhi Labour Institute, visiting faculty at Gujarat State Judicial Academy, Nirma University, Gujarat University, IIM Ahmedabad University, and many more universities. A published researcher, policy contributor, expert committee members, and now professor of law at Nirmala Institute of Law. He continues to guide and inspire through his expertise in labor laws and labor codes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with big round of applause to welcoming a dedicated scholar, respected administrator, and authority in labor laws whose lifelong commitment to labor welfare and legal education continues to inspire many. Dr. Baxi, please welcome.
Thank you, sir, for correcting us. Further, with our moving further with our distinguished guest list, I would now like to invite Mr. Pratham to the podium. Pratham will introduce our next esteemed guest, Mr. Bhupinder Singh.
Thank you, Atul. Good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed members of the HR fraternity, faculty members, and dear students. It's a great honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to Shri Bhupinder Singh, Senior Vice President Human Resource at Reliance Industries Limited. An alumnus of MDU Rohtak, Shri Singh holds both an MBA and LLB, reflecting a strong academic foundation, complemented by extensive practical experience. His distinguished leadership journey is marked by strategic insight, thoughtful decision making, and unwavering commitment to people and organizational excellence. With a career spanning over 4 decades, Mr. Singh began his career journey with National Projects Construction Corporation and has been associated with Reliance Industries Limited since 1987. Over the years, he has led and strengthened critical domains including manpower planning, talent development, industrial relations, and organizational excellence, contributing significantly to institutional growth and sustainable performance. His visionary leadership, coupled with his ability to enduring relationship and foster a culture of collaboration and trust, has set exemplary benchmarks in the field of human resource. In addition to his corporate achievements, Shri Singh serves a visiting faculty member for MBA and other programs at MS University and XLRI Jamshedpur, where he continues to mentor and inspire future leaders with his vast experience and insight. Sir, your journey reflects leadership driven by purpose, integrity, humility, and vision. We are deeply honored to have you with us today. May I request everyone to join me in extending a warm welcome and heartfelt welcome to Shri Bhupinder Singh.
Thank you, Pratham. Moving further, I would like to invite Aswini Shah to the podium, Ashwini will be introducing our next guest, Mr. Yash Pawar. Ashwini, please join us and share a few insight into Mr. Pawar's background and contribution to today's theme.
Good morning, all. I am Ashwini Shah. Welcome you all for today's event. It is my truly honored and privilege to introduce our esteemed guest for today's event. Today I feel extremely happy and proud to introduce Mr. Yash Pawar sir. Sir is a CEO and chairman of Specific Management Solution and has more than 45 years of experience in HR and industrial relation. He has worked with many top Indian and MNC companies as a HR head and country head too. One of the most proud moments in his career is that he has represented India not only one time but twice at the International Labour Organization. Sir is a highly experienced trainer and has trained thousands of professionals in soft skills and POSH. Recently, Sir shared an important paper of labor code which is very helpful for learning and guidance for HR professional. And कहते हैं सफलता उन्हें मिलती है जो मेहनत को अपना जुनून बना लेते हैं. सफलता उन्हें मिलती है जो मेहनत को अपना जुनून बना लेते हैं और लीडरशिप उनकी पहचान बन जाती है और लीडरशिप उनकी पहचान बन जाती है जो सबको साथ लेकर चलते हैं. ऐसे ही हमारे यश पवार सर जी ने हमारे ग्रुप में HR कोड के बारे में शेयर करके हमें वो लीडरशिप सपोर्टिव लीडरशिप स्किल दिखाई. I request to join me giving a warm welcome to Mr. Yash Pawar sir. Welcome sir. Please welcome on the stage. Thank you.
Moving further, I would now like to invite Gunjal Vijay to the podium. Gunjal will introduce our next guest, Mr. Jignesh Mandavia. Gunjal, please join us and share a few words about the Mr. Mandavia background and expertise he brings in today's our session.
Thank you, Ethel ma'am. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jignesh Mandavia, a strategic HR professional with over 27 years of rich and versatile experience in HR, IR, and business shared service domain. Over the years, he has constantly delivered critical strategic business outcome through thoughtfully designed HR interventions and forward-looking initiatives. With strong interpersonal and analytical abilities, combined with result-oriented mindset, he has earned recognition as a respected strategic HR leader. His deep domain expertise, business acumen, and cross-industry exposure enable him to seamlessly align people strategy with organizational objectives. Throughout his distinguished career, he has worked across India with reputed organizations and multinational corporations such as Birla Group, Parle Group, and Lafa Hokem. This experience have significantly strengthened his expertise in IR, organizational development, change management, and strategic workflow planning. He is passionate about driving transformation and nurturing strong organizational culture built on trust, collaboration, and progressive people practices. His commitment to fostering harmonious employer-employee relation and exclusive growth is evident through his active engagement with prominent industries body. He serves as a member of CII, National Committee on IR and Labor, the Executive Committee of Employers Federation of India, and the CII National Task Force of Affirmative Action 2526. Additionally, he contributes to the Managing Committee of BMA and the CII Central Gujarat Zone HRIR panel for 2526. His excellence has been widely acknowledged. He has honored one of the topmost HR leader by the World HRD Congress, presented by Time Magazine. Further adding to his global exposure, he was selected from India by the ILO to attend fully sponsored training program to the International Training Center of ILO in Italy, November 24. He has also played a key role in EFI, CII, ILO, IR certification course since his conceptualization and continues serve as a faculty of very first batch, contributing to the development of future HR and IR professionals. Currently, Mr. Mandavia serves as Vice President IR at GSFC Limited, Corporate Office, Vadodara, where he continues to strengthen IR and lead impactful HR strategic at a corporate level. His journey is truly reflection of dedication, leadership, and sustained excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Jignesh Mandavia, sir.
Thank you, Kunjal. Now, I would like to invite Vishwa Joshi to introduce our last guest, Mr. Prerak Desai, sir.
Thank you, Hetal ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries and dear participants, my name is Vishwa Joshi. It is my privilege to introduce our speaker, Mr. Prerak Desai, sir. Sir brings over 36 years of rich and hands-on experience in industrial relations across the private sector and with oil and natural gas corporation on pan-India level. He has successfully handled complex IR challenges including strikes, disputes and negotiations, and has conducted 50 plus workshops training more than 4,000 professionals in industrial relations, contract labor and industrial disputes. He has also developed key frameworks such as a standard operating procedure for handling strikes and a ready reckoner on contract labor, which have helped standardize best practices. A certified trainer by the Ministry of Skill Development, Government of India, he retired as a Chief General Manager HR and Head of the Skill Development Center at ONGC. Currently, he is shaping future professionals as a Professor of Practice at Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda and serves as a National Council member of ISTD and a proud recipient of Mentor of Distinctions Award. With his deep practical expertise, he is the perfect guide to help us understand the implication of the new labor codes. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Prerak Desai, sir.
Thank you so much, Vishwa. Now, now we felicitate our guest with the plant and memento. I would like to invite Mr. Prahlad Joshi, sir, to felicitate. So, now we begin with our awaited session. I hand over the mic to Mr. Raijada, sir. Sir, stage is yours now.
Good morning. So it's very heartening to see at an early morning on Sunday the house pack and couple of very senior people, Choksi ji, Joshi ji, Sapre ji, my dear friend Sapre, and many more big experienced professionals are here. And on the stage we have more than 200 years of vast and rich experience sitting here. So my request would be that please take advantage of best of this session, because lot of efforts have gone in to organize this program. Our panelists also have done lot of inward research to give whatever best is possible. Please put your mobile on a silent mode so that we don't disturb each other. If you have to move out, please go from the back, so at least front is undisturbed. Before we start, let me tell you that labor code has a history. When we were studying way back in 1980, we were told that Industrial Relation Act and code will change. After 44 years of my experience, I also retired and almost 7 years have gone. And now we have seen the light of the day with the various amalgamation of the code. So I will request Dr. Bakshi ji to set a context of this entire session, the evolution of the labor code, how the labor code is going under a sea change, and what happened during those 30-40 years, and what is likely to be the scenario. We listened from Dr. Bakshi, who was an ardent academician, very senior public servant in the government of Gujarat. So please listen to him very carefully. Thank you very much, Dr. Bakshi.
Thank you very much. I am indeed honored and obliged being invited to address the IRHR fraternity and the legal fraternity, if it be, and the stalwart panelist on my left. To begin with, I just will start on the subject itself, that India is the pioneering member country to ILO since 1919, and most of the labor laws are influenced by the conventions and recommendations which Government of India has notified by way of legislature through Parliament. Every 5 years, ILO sends the country-specific programs, and currently 2023 to 2027 is under operation. But all these things were a part and parcel of the ILO country-specific research study. In India, things started somewhere in 1999, where the Second National Commission on Labour was constituted. And when any commission is constituted, the terms of references were given to Second National Commission on Labour. First was the rationalization of labour laws, and second, to have an umbrella legislation for the unorganized sector. The timeline was 3 years, and in June 2002, they gave the detailed recommendation to the Ministry of Labour, Government of India. I was fortunate from the state side with my colleague to present a status paper to Second National Commission on Labour. My subject domain was women and child labour at that point of time. In 2001, I gave the status paper with my colleague. We presented before the commission. Commission travelled about 12,000 kilometers pan-India, consulted various stakeholders. There are three players in the labour scenario, all of us know: the employer, government and working unions. And finally they submitted report in June 2002. Then there was a change of government at the central level, and the coalition government came and they put everything set aside. But in 2014 again there was a change of government. Whatever was left at that point of time was recouped, and ease of doing business index was prepared, that if you want to come and invest in India, how much ease it will take. Once you file an application, land acquisition onwards, in 2010 to 14, our rank was about 142. And currently, very recently, World Bank has stopped that exercise. But in 2020, what was the last we reached to to have a change. There were tripartite consultation all through. There are two formats at the Ministry of level, like ILO is international level. One is a standing labor committee and Indian Labour Conference. Indian Labour Conference is phenomenally inaugurated by Honorable PM. That's the practice and tradition. It's also known as a workers' parliament. It is a tripartite structure, and every year, twice, thrice, depends on the filtration of the issues and agenda from the standing labor committee placed before it. So all the exercise went through in the pace manner, and most importantly, clubbed with the WTO regulation. Everyone wants a ease of doing business. I mean, not at the cost of the constitutional rights of the working class. Was the central area to all whoever involved in. And then number of drafts bill of code which we have seen light of the day finally on 21st November 2025 were circulated to all state governments and union territory. We used to prepare the remarks by getting the higher ups approval and try to put our vision what best should be in the days to come, keeping the fact in a view that ease of doing business, use of information technology, simple compliance, diluting the inspecting device, and as simple as what we can do instead of the plethora of labor laws. All of you know the two industrial law volume if you take, which were now nearly 70 different labor laws are there, and labor subject being on a concurrent list, there are few more state enactments amounting to 100. So as an industrialist, it is difficult to look only a labor scenario, whatever applicable. So it was a need of the day. Second, WTO regulation, in competing with the cost in a current era, the cost of production also needs to be looked in. So simplification was a need of the day. An emerging factor, the use of machines have reduced the requirement of labor intensive industry. So the unorganized sector also needs to be addressed. Now all these things passed through number of draft bills, in all 6 to 7 draft bills of whatever we have seen finally were circulated, stakeholders gave their remarks and so on. And finally it has seen light of the day in this process. Now the title what rightly placed, complexity to clarity. Frankly speaking, there is nothing like complex situation to my view. It's my personal view, and that the day progresses, we can further have a better clarity on it. Let's not create hype on it. The very recently, last week, the industry definition as slated in the Bangalore Water Supply Severages Board in 1979 is under revision by the 9 judges bench. We'll start hearing from 17 March 2026 onward. So everything is dynamic. Courts have come, fair enough. Whatever is there, let us look into it, let it get rolled out. Any hiccups are there in interpretation, implementation, government is always there to look into and try to find a way out. Like very recently, all of you know, the IR code wage limit was 18,000 and code on wage is 15,000. It has been streamlined by way of notification when somebody brings to the notice of them. We are a collective organization. We can always, collectively represent whatever the issues, what we feel are of the, interpretation area, etc. So that's how it is. And before finally I conclude, the way forward here is the government of India has made the rules at some point of time when the codes were rolled out. What has happened, unfortunately, in between a pandemic came and lot of changes with reference to the migrant workers were compelled to be made. When the Apex Court asked to the all state governments and UTs that how many migrant workers are there in your state, the government were clueless because there is no tracking mechanism to migrate within country. And especially now after abrogation of 370 and 35, one can migrate to J&K also. So all the area and some few more changes came in. Now 4 or 5 years had flown in and the rules were old. So again, Government of India has restructured and waiting for the final. And what about the scenario in the state government is, there are some gaps in what we did as a state at some point of time. So the committees have been constituted in the state labor department and they are working to fill those gaps, and I am sure by latest by end of March, it will see light of the day in terms of how the rules will flow and so on. I just incidentally say proactively somewhere in 2022, I and one of my colleague, High Court advocate, we have a 1-year course on labor codes in BK School of Management at Ahmedabad to right from the ILO recommendation until the last point what we are here today. We are trying to be included into that. So there may be a lot of, misconception, clarity, etc. Will sooner or later will be, get cleared. Few FAQs have already been placed on the Government of India site, as well as state government has also retrieved on their website nearly 50 what is a myth and what is a fact for a better understanding for all stakeholders. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much again to SHRP inviting me on this auspicious gathering, and let's have the productive, meaningful, fruitful deliberation from the learned, esteemed panel. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Bakshi. I think it was the right context setting from historical perspective, from where we started and where we are today. So, the audience, we have one of the finest panel of Gujarat. To start with a quote that श्रद्धा ज्ञान देती है, नम्रता मान देती है और योग्यता स्थान देती है. अगर ये तीनों मिल जाए तो ये सम्मान देती है. So with that, we start with the first code. We will take code on wages. Bhupinder Singh, a dear friend of mine and a very veteran in the field of IR, HR. So I am going to play the role of a devil's advocate as a layman. I am trying to voice what Arnav says, India wants to know. So that kind of thing, let SHRP, young professionals and the veteran professionals. So sir, इसमें बहुत सारी चर्चाएं हुई है कि definition on wages. Am I making sense? The first question. Wherever you think it is going off the record, you are free to tell me, okay? So we make this more interactive and more meaningful discussion. So what do you think the definition of wages and how you interpret, and rather how the code of wages interprets? Because when we say code of wages, we have 4 legacy laws: minimum wages, payment of wages, payment of bonus, and equal remuneration. So your thoughts?
थैंक यू रायजादा जी. पहले तो डरा देते हैं एकदम कि हम ये करने वाले हैं, वो करने. तो मैं डरने वाला नहीं हूँ. ओके, बिकॉज द टॉपिक विच हैज बीन गिवन टू मी, कोड ऑन वेजेस, it is most complicated. I think out of all 4 codes, all are equally important for all of us. But I think maximum time has been devoted on code on wages, and that is the most complex subject. The reason is very simple. Most of you must have read the newspapers recently that all organizations, they have made provisions in their annual balance sheet for this year. TCS reserving around 1800 crore rupees towards gratuity and leave encashment and all that. Similarly, in our alliance also we have made some provisions. Like that, all the corporates looking to the revised definition of wages, everyone is trying to accommodate what new is coming. Because this is the most sensitive, complex and difficult definition, I will say, which has been incorporated in the code on wages. The objective was very simple, Raijada ji. When the codes were made, as he rightly pointed out, the idea was to simplify the definition of wage, because across all the laws,
the definitions were different. ESI different, PF different, bonus different. So this code, when the attempts were made, let us have one uniform definition across all the labor laws so that it is easy to understand and easy to implement. But in that process, I think we have complicated it. Making it simple, but made it complicated, because I would just try to, for your benefit, try to make you understand the components of wage definition. As he rightly pointed out, that the code on wages absorbs 4 labor laws, existing labor laws, which have been replaced by now on 21st November. Minimum wages, payment of wages, bonus, and Equal Remuneration Act. And this definition of which cuts across all the labor laws. It is looks very simple. This section 2Y of Code on Wages defines what is wage. And it starts like this. If you read the definition, you will find there are basically 3 parts. One, main part, then exclusions, and then the provisions. What is the first part? It simply says wages means all remuneration. I think that is the crux of the whole issue. All remuneration means what? Let us start with that. All remuneration means whatever employer is giving to the employee for the services provided by him. It is all remuneration. A to Z. Whatever as an employer I am giving to my employee for his services is remuneration. That is how it starts. All remuneration by way of salary, allowances, or otherwise. No, this is very complicated thing. Salary allowances समझ में आता है. What do you mean by otherwise? Means everything. Whether you name it, whether आपने directly दिया, indirectly दिया, अपने employee को दिया, it will get included. Okay. So now this says that it includes basic pay, dearness allowance, and retaining allowance. So it looks very simple. कोई भी wage है, उसमें basic DA is very common, and retaining allowance, which has been taken from current PF law, because retaining allowance has not been defined anywhere. And Desai sir was asking me, कि retaining allowance के ऊपर थोड़ा clarity दे देना, because retaining allowance is coming from the definition of wage in the PF law. That when the basically for seasonal establishment it is there, and the people go back to their homes and still employer continues to pay some allowance so that they come back and join them. So that is called retaining allowance. So there are 3 components, basic components of the first part: basic pay, dearness allowance, and retaining allowance. No, it is very simple. Now come to part 2. What it says: all remuneration including these 3 but excludes. Then there are exclusions. Some payments made by the employer to its employees starts with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. J and K are gratuity and retirement compensation and retirement benefits. A is around bonus, then HRA, conveyance, all these things are included from A to I. Understood. These are all payments made by the employer to its employee. What it says, wages includes this but excludes this, right? Then comes the important part, which is creating problem for the employers, I will say, because this law was, Code on Wages was passed in 2019 and other codes were passed in 2020. Now almost 7 years down the line, we are still struggling how to incorporate wage in our structure for our employees. In our company, I have 6 lakhs people. Now for all of them, this wage definition has to be aligned, rationalized, or incorporated. I am still finding it difficult to come out with a single solution. The reason is, first part is okay, B part is okay. In B also, B means A to I. I'll explain to you what are the difficulties in those areas which has been defined from A to I. Then J and K are excluded. And then comes the third part, which says that if the total of A to I exceeds 50% of your total remuneration, that will go back to the wages. I think this is the area from where the whole problem is starting, because different interpretations are there, different understandings are there, The first interpretation I will like to discuss with you is calculating 50% is not difficult. I know these are A to I. Suppose I am giving some allowances to my people which are not in A to I, then what will happen? Where should I take? Obviously, the answer which we have tried together from various sources, talking to government officials, lawyers, advocates, so many people who can help us in understand. The interpretation is very clear that if any allowance you are giving beyond A to I, that will go back to A. If it is not in A to I, suppose I am giving shift allowance, it is not in A to I, it will go back to A. You have to add there, right? Any such allowance. So therefore, it is making it more complicated. It is not getting limited to 50% then. It is becoming 60, 65, 70% because the other allowances you have to take to A. So this is the second understanding of the situation. Third is in A to I when I talk, there are 2-3 areas where still clarity is not there. Maybe in the rules, we are expecting, maybe he knows better, that whether in the rules some clarity will come. In the draft rules, I don't see anything so far, whatever from the central which has come. Maybe when the final rules come, the clarity may come. The first is, one of the condition in A to I is that all payments made, all remuneration paid under a long-term settlement and awards like this. Now, what do you mean by this? Because most of the organizations, we are deciding workers' remuneration through awards or wage settlements. That means whatever I have agreed with them, that gets excluded, question mark. Because then how to calculate wages if everything gets excluded? And this is again part of 50%. So this clarity is not there. Second, contribution to PF and pension fund. It is understood. But the second part of this, which says, and the accrued interest thereon. What do you mean by that? Interest is not paid by the employer. It is paid by either the trust or by RPFC. Then how do I include in wages? So therefore, this is the second issue which has come. Third, overtime allowance. What do you mean by overtime allowance? Throughout the codes, the word used is wages for overtime work. There is no word used overtime allowance in the codes anywhere. So what do you mean by overtime allowance then? Is it some fixed allowance given to the people for doing overtime work or something else? Because according to my understanding, overtime allowance means something fixed every month is given. This is the normally definition of any allowance. If I am giving some fixed allowance, it is okay. What about overtime wages? Where it will go? Because if it is overtime wages are not included in A to I, it goes back to A again. And since the overtime changes every month depending upon the number of hours worked, that means the definition of wage will undergo change every month because of the 50% principle. It is still not clear. Then the third issue, which is very, very important, how to calculate total remuneration. One of the example issued by FAQ by the ministry, which was also on the portal, that added confusion. We are talking today complexity to clarity, but in between some confusion is coming before we reach to clarity. The confusion is that when the total remuneration has been calculated, they have included everything in part A to I, and also retrenchment compensation and gratuity. No, I don't think it is a part of the total remuneration. So still clarity has to come. We are still struggling for that. Today, the entire industry is facing issues on all these three. Maybe because wages, this all labor codes have just come, and on wages also, things will evolve over a period of time. When I am talking to many people, they say over a period of time, clarity will come. What I do today, because from 1st April, as the things are going, and he pointed out that by end of March, things will be in place. Our Secretary Labor, Vandana ji, has also stated that most of the rules will be in place by end of March. This is already 1st of March today. So I have only this month to prepare for the next year. So as far as wages are concerned, I tell you broadly, if you have no मेजर अलाउंसेस, आप बेसिक डीए पे काम कर रहे हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर में मेरे को ज़्यादा इशू नहीं आ रहा है, बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स आर ऑन मिनिमम वेजेस. Very few companies pay some allowances that they are going to merge in HRA, you know that. So therefore, and HR is excluded. So contract labor के लिए problem नहीं आने वाला है. Issues I am facing more on workmen, because I have already a list of allowances which I have agreed with them in my 7 settlements. ये allowance वो allowance कोई नाम आपने सुने भी नहीं होंगे, ऐसे ऐसे allowance, hazardous area allowance, difficult allowance, stenography allowance, ये allowance कोई allowance छोड़ा नहीं है अल्फाबेट्स में. तो वो मैं कहाँ लेके जाऊंगा उसको, वो A2I में नहीं है. आई थिंक दिस इज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज रायजादा जी, वेयर वी आर स्ट्रगलिंग. maybe at the end again we will come back on this issue and try to find out some solution. काम तो करना है, show must go on, because 1st April से हम क्या करने वाले हैं, there are some possibilities. Let us try to find out that. This is what the wages is.
I mean, it's a great explanation, and actually we wanted to go from confusion to clarity, लेकिन आपने वापस confusion खड़ा किया. So thank you for that. Any addition to that you would like to add? Because this is a very pertinent subject, and I hope audience is getting some clarity on this. Of course, confusion will remain.
One clarity I would like to say, very nicely and comprehensively covered by my dear friend Bhupender. You see, there is one thing used in many of the places where the wages comes. Ordinarily paid. Right? Which is not specific. Ordinarily paid. So my logic says, because labor laws had been and still in the infancy stage, I would say, it is nothing but the interpretation of the Supreme Court judgments, and we make that as a labor law. And it nowhere reflects in the Act. You all know that. So ordinarily paid will come in. Second question many of you must be having in mind, that what about the marketing people, those who get performance driven incentive on achieving the target, where it will go? This is another confusion where you would need clarity. Dear friend, you will like to add to after my this thing. I think this is a very specific incentive which they get to a particular community, particular job, and achieving particular target. And it varies. Everybody doesn't get the same incentive. Somewhere it is paid quarterly, somewhere it is half yearly, somewhere it is yearly also. So I think my logic says this kind of incentives will never be interpreted as the wage for the purpose of calculating 50% wages. This was my understanding. My digestive power says like this. Rest I would like to know from you.
Thank you. In fact, पवार साहब, अगर मैं आपको सच बताऊं, अगर मैं वेजेस को एक्सप्लेन करने बैठूं ना, तो 12:30 इधर ही बच जाएगा. आई एम श्योर, बिकॉज देयर आर सो मेनी इश्यूज. आई हैव नॉट गॉन.
12 बजे के बाद हम आपको नहीं पूछेंगे.
There are many things associated with this. When you start implementing this, you will not know from the definition. Just pointed out, one major issue which we are struggling is annual payments, which are not mentioned in the definition. Because most of the CTC category employees, we have PLI, we have annual cash bonus and all that. Where that will go? So one interpretation comes, उसको 12 से डिवाइड करके ऐड कर दो, हर महीने का आप डिसाइड कर दो. अरे भाई, वो साल के बाद देने वाला हूँ, अभी क्या पता, वो तो उसकी परफॉर्मेंस पे डिपेंड करेगा कि अगले साल उसको मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा, बेस्ड ऑन दी परफॉर्मेंस कैटेगरी. आज मैं कैसे उसको मान लूँ? So again, question mark. No, somewhere, after this rules have come, FAQ has come. Now, in the latest addition to the clarification which is expected from the government, in between I will share with you, I'm a member of All India Organization of Employers, part of ICCI. When this code on wages was passed in 2019, again we had discussion that these are the points on which government has to clarify. And around 15 points on code on wages we had submitted to Labour and Employment Department, Government of India. But till today, I don't know. They are still searching. ये क्या पूछ लिया है? I do not know. कोई जवाब आया नहीं है. Like this, क्योंकि जो आप है नहीं है या स्टिल क्लैरिटी नहीं है. In one of the programs, when I asked some gentleman from the ministry कि सर इसमें ये आपको नहीं लगता थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो गया है, स्ट्रेट में आई आस्क, बोलता है रूल्स में देखेंगे ना यार, ऐसा करके निकल गया. और रूल्स में क्या देखने का है? Because somewhere now some senior advocates, चौकसी साहब को मालूम होगा, judges have also mentioned कि whatever is the intent of the law, code, rules and other clarifications can't change that. So therefore, basic definition को जब तक change नहीं होगा, clarification पे clarification आता रहेगा and we will keep on struggling. So annual payments का जो आप बोल रहे हैं या इनसे commission के बारे में लिखा है, commission paid to the employee वो लिखा है, this is there, particularly for market sales people it is there कि जो भी commission उनको मिलती है, that is part of the exclusions in A2I. So that will be there whether it is paid quarterly and all that. The question is, if it is paid quarterly, then how will you calculate every month? If it is annual payment, paid once in a year, still there is no clarity. हाँ, अभी जो latest clarification social security code के जो central rules आए हैं, उसमें सिर्फ gratuity related chapter में एक clarification है. I think many of you must have seen that when you are determining gratuity, the wages for the purpose of gratuity will include and exclude these things. Somewhere there the annual payment has been excluded as a variable pay. So I think if that is the clarification, again question mark whether that will be only for gratuity, not for other purposes, because this is included in the social security code. It is not on the code on wages. अगर code on wages में clarity आता तो that would have been uniformly applicable. Since it is for gratuity only, but we will take the clue that annual payments which are variable in nature will stand excluded from the wage of definition of wage. Notional, yes. Notional.
Anybody would like to add? Bakshiji? Because this is very important aspect of definition of wages.
Only I have a small suggestion. Sir, you represented solely as the organization. Standing Labour Committee is a forum which I have attended as a part of my job. I was all through in head office and for nearly 21 years ILC, SLC. If you flag this issue, I am sure it will help the proceeding. Solitarily, the IT sector organization, they deal with the call center, KPO, etc., where they also give the performance-based incentive, which is in lakhs of rupees per annum. I had addressed their organization somewhere in January in Ahmedabad. They wrote the letter and they responded by the Ministry of Labour that these allowances are not are part of other allowances, and it has nothing to do on the wage definition. So that 50% will not go on that side. They have got that response from Ministry of Labour. That's what I can add into.
I truly honor whatever he is saying, but there is a judgment recently by Supreme Court on overtime, where they have clarified that this departmental circulars have no legal standing. I do not know whether now FAQs being issued by the ministry will help us in the long run, or still there will be question mark when the matter will go to court. Therefore, I would like to see mostly on the code definition and to some extent whatever is provided in the rules. I think that should guide us for all purposes when we are implementing law. This is what. Yeah.
The forum where all this and then it is light of the day by way of amending.
I agree with you, sir, but when it will come? Already you have asked me to implement from 1st April. So therefore I need clarity today. So maybe this month, March, some clarities will come and we will be able to implement the wage in the true sense what is expected from the code on wages.
So related to that, there is also concern raised that when you restructure the salaries or the wages, there is a concern that it may reduce the take home. Is that true, or is that issue unaddressed, or how you interpret this? Am I making sense?
No, there are two sides of this. In some cases, it may reduce. In some cases, it may not. I'll tell you how. Because what is happening today, I take the case of, say, supervisory employees. Most are affected by this definition. Say part A, what I'm saying. Today, the structure of CTC is almost, I'm not saying it is a uniform rule, but generally followed by the corporate is 35 to 40% of the basic and 60 to 70% goes in the other allowances and all that. Now, what is happening because of this new definition, more than 50% has to be added to part A. And what we have calculated, and most of the organizations, why this otherwise, why this IT industry have made provisions? If there was no impact, there is an impact of the revised definition. Because this, whatever PF, gratuity, leave encashment I am paying on this 35 to 40% of wage part, that is going to increase, which will affect the consequentials. And because there will be increase in the PF contribution if it is on actuals. So long it remains on 15,000, the example given by Ministry in FAQ, they have calculated on 15,000 in both the cases. Then there is no impact because it remains the same. It is on 15,000. But where I am paying on actuals, when the PF, most of the organizations contribute 12% on actuals, when that base changes from 35, 40% to 50%, definitely the PF contribution increases and take home will get reduced. There is a possibility. If it is on 15,000 in both the cases, it will not reduce. Simply, again, gratuity. When it is reflected in your CTC, it is 4.81% of your 40%. Then it will go up. Your reflection of gratuity part of 4.81%, if it is today on 15,000, it will be calculated on 20,000 tomorrow because it is 50% of your total salary. Again, it will get reduced. In some cases, yes, it will get reduced. But if you are already above 50%, no. For example, I have seen workmen cases. In workmen cases, already part A is 65%. Okay, in that case, things will not change because PF will continue on that, gratuity will continue on that, and there will be no reduction or this thing as far as take home is concerned. Maybe some of the question answers we will take at the end with specific examples.
There is also
but this is the general thinking.
Yeah, because we are touching only the major and critical aspects of all codes. Otherwise, it is going to take 4 days, and you will create more confusion than clarity. So, better to stick to the what we have. And there is also a concern on floor wages versus starvation wages. So, your thoughts on that? Because there is a baseline problem. Government is going to establish a national floor wage commission and blah blah blah. So can you throw some light on that?
I think it is a very interesting thing which has been incorporated in wages, as you rightly said, starvation wages. Now, what Government of India thought that across the country there are many changes which are coming in the minimum wages. I won't like to touch that, otherwise it will take more time. As far as floor wage is concerned, what Government of India thought when drafting the code on wages, that across the country, can I have a simple, which you have just mentioned, starvation wage, that means the national minimum wage, if I put it that way, that across the country there will be some wage beyond that, below which no state will pay the minimum wages. I think that is the concept, and it is now in the revised minimum wage structure. You know that schedule of employment has gone everywhere. This is applicable to all employments now. So what government has now proposed, there will be 5 floor wages based on the geography. There are 5 national floor wages which are coming based on the geography. If we are in the western part of the country, maybe for western region, this will be the floor wage for all the establishments in this area, right? And second rider which has been given in the code is, if the states are already above that, they will continue to pay that minimum wage. If they are below that, they will have to come up to floor wage. I think this is a very, very important concept for the welfare of the people working in that area. This is how it is going to help the people working across the establishments.
My dear sir, you want to say?
What used to happen because in current situation we have different minimum wages in different states. The logic to bring this concept of national floor wages is to have a uniform wages across the India, just to plug the issues when earlier industry used to go to states where the minimum wages are at the lowest level, and they get some kind of economic benefits, and they having the lowest minimum wages level. So the industry used to move out, and it was impacting the employment in certain states and other states like that. Just to address the issues, the logic to bring these floor wages by the central government of India. So it will address the such kind of things, and industry going here and there, and impacting the employment and imbalance, creating the imbalance in the employment structure across the states.
There is one more gray area in this. You heard saying in geographical area conditions, like Kerala has 80 inches of rainfall, Rajasthan has 20 inches of rainfall. There are mountains and hills in Shimla region, and there is desert in Rajasthan. But basic needs are basic needs. रोटी कपड़ा और मकान तो सेम ही रहने वाला है. अब उसमें भी आप डिफरेंशिएट कर रहे हो. हाँ? हैं? नहीं, केरला में ब्रांडी और मच्छी का रेट बढ़ जाएगा. I can understand. So these are all, 80 to 90% things are copy paste of all labor laws. और जो 10% जो काम किया है वो भी अक्कल लगा के काम नहीं किया है. And they have no answer. दो बार
there is a clarity. Here there is a clarity कि अक्कल नहीं लगाया.
दो बार suggestion objection central government मांग रही है. It's really height of it. It's really height of it.
I will only add that देखिए कोई भी चीज जब बनती है, intentions are good. Maybe when we are implementing, some teething issues will come. Over a period of time, things will get settled. But what you say, the attempt has been made. Let us appreciate the government's attempt. In Gujarat, minimum wages are around 450 to 500 rupees. If you go to Northeast, it is 200, 250 rupees. You see the variation. I think to some extent, government has tried to arrest that the differences across the country. Differences will be there today, but that not be too much कि 100% difference है. Maybe यहाँ 500 है तो वहाँ 300 हो जाएगा, 400 हो जाएगा, यहाँ 450 हो जाएगा. That will be the range, but not the gap will not be too much. This is the attempt by the government while fixing the floor wage.
In fact, this attempt was, when I said about 12,000 odd kilometers, the commission travelled between 1999 to 2002. It was the recipient message from the stakeholders, and we relied on lot of the apex court judgment like Crown Metal. No industry has right to survive. They have no capacity to pay the minimum wage. Are the backbone support. And second, National Commission recommended the floor level wages. Now that was in 2002 they gave the report, and as in group I used to put let it roll out. It will see light of the day the way in which it is desired, so right.
And Raja sir, just 1 minute from my side. आपने जो वर्ड यूज किया स्टारवेशन वेजेस एंड फ्लोर वेजेस, नेशनल मिनिमम फ्लोर वेजेस. फ्लोर वेजेस में दे गिवन क्राइटेरिया क्या क्या कंसिडर किया जाएगा फिक्स करने के लिए. 4 मेंबर का फैमिली, उसका एजुकेशन, कपड़ा, ये वो एजुकेशन सब इंक्लूड करके बनाया है. और जो पवार साहब ने कहा अक्कल नहीं लगाया, आई एग्री विथ देम. जो भूपेंद्र सिंह ने कहा उनको भी कहा, आई जस्ट लाइक टू कन्वर्ज ऑन दैट. गवर्नमेंट आज के डेट में क्या है, बिहार का रेट अलग है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का रेट अलग है, मुंबई का रेट अलग है. नाउ मुंबई कैन नॉट बी पेड एट पार विथ नॉर्थ ईस्ट एंड वाइस वर्सा. Now there will be minimum floor wage applicable across India, and that will take care of at least a semblance of the. और जो बख्शी साहब ने कहा, intentions are very noble, teething trouble है, but we can overcome through notifications once let it be implemented.
Yeah. So we come to the next is the enforcement part. So they are inspector to facilitator. Actually तो collector ही है वो, लेकिन we take it as an inspector to facilitator. Now, is this not a delusion of the authority? Normally the critics do perceive that will it dilute, will it not dilute, or how they are going to make it more effective implementation?
राजा जी, आपको भी 40 साल हो गए इंडस्ट्री में, मेरे को भी हो गए हैं, हैंडलिंग इंस्पेक्टर्स एंड फैसिलिटेटर्स. We know what actually happens. But Rajadaji, one thing again I will repeat, at least some efforts have been made by the legislation now to improve the things. Let us accept that. Facilitators means so far क्या होता था कि आए, चेक किया, ऑडिट किया, नोटिस दिया, प्रोसिक्यूशन किया. This was the main काम of inspectors. Somewhere, government is of the view that these are all my arms. They should go and help the industry to implement the labor laws. So therefore the term facilitator has come. That how you implement the statutory provision smoothly in your organization, that is the role which these inspectors will play. Let it come. And I am sure the way things are moving, I have a lot of hope that this will happen and roles will change. He will support me, I am sure, that things are going to change. But again, let us appreciate the efforts made by the government to give some new shape, like employment exchange, social security का part है. No, they are going to be career center. आप बोलो कि employment exchange को career center से क्या लेना देना है? Government is saying कि employment exchange should not only provide the नौकरी का registration and all that, rather they should help the people in their career guidance. No, you see the at least कभी-कभी क्या होता है, नाम चेंज होने से भी थिंकिंग चेंज हो जाता है. दैट इज व्हाट आई पर्सनली फील. आई होप थिंकिंग विल चेंज एट द शॉप फ्लोर लेवल.
नहीं, ऐसा
होनी ही चाहिए. दैट इज व्हाट आई
नहीं, वेरी ऑनेस्टली आई विल clarify what he said. That sounds well, but point is, in 2003 there was a new industrial policy that inspector should be like friend, philosopher and guide, but that was policy. Now it is legislated. Now try to get the difference between what I am trying to say. When things are legislated, it has the teeth to bite the inspecting device. Their job profile is also decided. We will see in the rules also. So it is not just for the sake of doing. But there are two things. I'll take a minute, sir, in giving one meaningful example. In 2004, state government took an initiative to have a national seminar on abolition of Inspector Raj in collaboration with the Planning Commission and now Niti Aayog. At that point of time it was Planning Commission. Dr. Anwar ul Huda was a chairperson. And I presented a paper also. But the point is, during that session where the Honorable PM at that point of time was presiding the chair as a CM, besides the Honorable Chief Secretary was there, I won't name though, but he cited two examples. He said, when I was at this, what I'm talking of 2004, 22 years back, when I was a child and I was studying in DPS school, Delhi, and surrounded by the school, lot of golgappa laris and kulcha chole and everything was there, and most of the snacks was served in a teacher room. But one fine day, what has happened, that we all were asked to come timely in a class, come with preparing one lesson. Why? There was inspection from education department. All of us would have faced during our schooling days. He was just trying to influence the gathering. The abolition of Inspector Raj sounds in what way? And then second example he gave, before few weeks back, I was at Delhi in purchasing something with my wife in Karol Bagh market. Lot of goods were lying on the footpaths, which was much higher than what was in the shop. But suddenly what has happened? Everybody started pulling which was lying on the footpath and putting into the shop. Why? Daban hatavo. So the fear of law, my point is, you cannot entirely do away with the inspecting system, and we are officially, we have ratified the convention of ILO, of which we are pioneering member, but you need to dilute those things, which is need of the day. Business करना कोई गुना नहीं है कि आप आके सब ये नहीं है वो नहीं है. Make inspecting device more accountable. And second thing, in Gujarat has been done. I don't know, those who are on the shop floor might be knowing that data is has to be uploaded within 48 hours. And there is a mobile application being developed That is since 2018 in practice. This is 7th year completed in a row. So anyway, thank you.
The moral of the story is that you have to facilitate. You have to facilitate.
Also facilitate. Both the stakeholders.
You understand the word facilitate is in the inverted commas, you know.
I would just like to one line, Rajada ji, just one line.
Yeah.
ICF जो अमित ने कहा, भावनाओं को समझो, भावना गवर्नमेंट की बहुत अच्छी है, फैसिलिटेट करने की। बट एज ICF इंस्पेक्टर कम फैसिलिटेटर मैं डिसाइड करूंगा मैं कितना इंस्पेक्शन करूंगा कितना फैसिलिटेट करूंगा। और जो राजा साहब ने कहा फैसिलिटेट हमको ही ज्यादा करना है, वो फैसिलिटेट नहीं
और
करना।
कंपनी भी वही डिसाइड करेगी कि किसको कितना फैसिलिटेट करना।
और जो बच्ची साहब,
दिस इज अनदर इंटरप्रिटेशन।
आपकी जानकारी के लिए, आपकी जानकारी के ICF का रोल है, उसमें क्या लिखा है? If you want to deduct money for absence of duty, then you have to refer the matter to ICF. It will he give you approval, उसके बाद ही आप कर सकते हैं। मतलब F हट गया, सिर्फ IE रहा उसमें।
So
that will continue.
That brings us to the next point is that what is provided for gig workers' social security on this? Yeah, because we have to look at that because they are left to that. We will take that when it comes. And another important thing is there is an exclusion of Manrega kind of employment scheme from all these wages. Is it a flaw or it is by design? How many of you are aware that Code of Wages does not speak anything about Manrega or any employment scheme? When it is excluded, how the protection for such unorganized people will come?
Government is the highest employer.
Yeah, and there again, so what I'm trying to say is that as Bakshiji and Bhupender has said rightly that we are still in the evolvement stage. So we look at that, but one good point is that it improves so-called ease of doing a business, bringing a uniform floor wages so that there is some kind of a parity. And there is another point that you have to settle everything in 2 days. The settlement of the the amount.
Dues.
So how that is going to impact small, medium, and large enterprises?
Yeah.
Your
Right.
views.
Again, this is a part of Code on Wages. Earlier, you know that under Payment of Wages Act and in your standing orders also mentioned, generally this 2 days full and final settlement, F and F हम बोलते हैं उसको, has to be done in 2 days. Normally, it was in case of termination and dismissal and all that. Now, in the revised structure here, so they have included that you have to settle these cases in case of retirals, dismissal, removal, and retrenchment and resignation also. I think resignation is the most important area which has been added now, that whenever person is leaving, you have to settle within 48 hours. No, this is a statutory requirement. Rajadaji, I don't think there is any chut chat from this. And what I have heard that in case you don't settle, the third day employee can go to the labor machinery and you can ask that he has not been paid within 48 hours. Two things I just want to add here. We will have to restructure our systems to facilitate that your internal no due certificate come on the very next day when the person is leaving. There is no choice in that. And generally in case of resignation, unless it is a 48-hour notice and person himself has gone after 48 hours, I think there could be some difficulty, but government machinery will understand that person has given only 2 days notice and has gone. So therefore it will take time. But in case of, generally in case of retirements and also in case of termination also, you know, when the person is going to separate, within 48 hours, I don't think there is much difficulty in settling the case. And for your information, these death cases are excluded from this definition, because in death cases, sometimes it takes a lot of time to get death certificate and all that. Still, I think what law has intended, because most of the people were suffering for their no dues from their previous employers, and many cases I have seen it used to take many months, particularly in case of resignation. छोड़ के गया ना, अब इसको आराम से देंगे. I think that was the intention which government wanted to curb. बाकी cases में retirement में वगैरह में कोई difficulty नहीं आता था, but in case of resignation, this was the issue. Second, now this code on wages is applicable to all categories of employees. You know that. There is a removal of 24,000 limit. I am also covered, he is also covered, being an employee of the organization. Therefore, the more benefit will go to the supervisory employees who are leaving the organization. They will get their dues from their previous employer within 48 hours. It is a good step. Only thing is, as far as employer is concerned, we have to realign our processes of issuing no dues and settling within 2 days F&F, whatever is due to the individual.
Yeah, I would just like to add one point, sir. A good perspective for employers, we need to remember separation will be deemed to be complete when employee also discharges his responsibility. In case some property is lying with employee, he doesn't deposit with you, laptop, mobile, any other thing within that period, then the 48 will be considered to start, deemed to have started from the time he fulfills his obligation. The obligation has to be on both sides. It can't be only on employer.
Is it written? So it is our interpretation. Isn't it?
It has to be mutual. You can't say कि आप लैपटॉप लेके चले जाओ तब तक हम नहीं देंगे आपको.
So again we are falling in the trap of interpretation.
Yes.
No, actually, what Desai Saab is trying to say, yes, we know in many cases people don't return the company's property. How to handle such situations? In my view, whatever I have discussed with many people and the things are coming out. Suppose if you have to pay around 2 lakh rupees to that individual, what are dues to him, and he has not returned the laptop. Now you can't hold 2 lakh rupees till he returns. Maybe he has gone abroad, he'll come after 1 month and all that. At the most, you can retain 20, 30, 40,000 rupees and remaining 160 you can settle as a part of full and final.
That's the way it should be.
Out.
That's the way it should
But you can't hold everything.
Yeah.
That कि नहीं तूने ये नहीं दिया तो तेरा 4 लाख रुपए मैं नहीं दूंगा. So ऐसा नहीं होता है. I think to some extent some way out has to be made.
No, sir, I fully agree. But in that case, it won't be F&F. It will be interim.
Whatever. Dues, whatever are due to him. Due to him means after my things are returned only when I will decide. No? That is what I think the way out will be going forward. Though it is not written again, Rajada Sahab. Though it is not written, but I am suggesting the way out.
Yeah, because you can suggest you are the largest employer of India.
और ऐसे केसेस तो हमारे डे इन एंड डे आउट आते हैं, इसलिए कोई रास्ता तो निकालना पड़ेगा.
You wanted to add something?
I just wanted to say, in such cases, you can always have a speaking communication with such employee. That will defend into the court. At the most, what is to happen if I am not paid within 2 days? A litigation. If in case somebody complains, then when you have retained some money because workers or employee has not deposited the property of the company before leaving the job, you can have order always. That will help you in defending the matter. Nothing great in it actually.
So in the code of wages, if we have to summarize, largely you have to look at your compensation structure as early as possible. If you are not awakened, please get it awake.
Sure.
Change in payment and settlement cycle to make it more robust.
Right.
And add your compliance with the new provisions which has been set in. And make contractual changes in employee agreement, contracts and HR policies. So these are the couple of things as an HR professionals we should start looking at it.
Yes, I agree with you, Rajada sir, but a एक discussion चल रहा है social media में कि whether you should restructure your systems or not, whether it is required or not. According to me, it is required. You have to align your wage structure with the new definition of wage. नहीं align करोगे तो your payments will be touching the skies. So you have to restructure it, realign it with your new definition so that you can contain your payouts simultaneously complying with the law which is required under the code on wages.
And second thing, you need to have a budgetary planning that what excessive load will come. That is not restricted only to gratuity and leave encashment. labor codes, it is my honest advice to all of you, cannot be read solitary. 4 codes to be read simultaneously in addition to some other law which are not labor laws. For an example, I say, POSH Act, ICC empowers to grant 3 months leave in addition to the leaves under different labor laws. Now, what will be probable burden on? Maternity Benefit Act 1961, 26 weeks leave in addition to what? But at the rate of new wage structure should be a part of your budgetary planning whenever you plan in light of this after restructuring the wages.
Even I have
Even
seen
the bonus also, because the code on wages say appropriate government will decide the ceiling of bonus, which is under constitution. The due notification and may 21,000 go off. May include higher wage structured employee under the ambit of the act. So that also when notification comes, you need to accommodate in your budgetary planning.
even so far as realignment is concerned, when we talking to so many industry leaders in HR, so people have started realigning, restructuring this wage or salaries once the code notified, right from 2022. So just to avoid the one-time impact, they want gratuity and leave encashment. So they have 15%, 20% like that. In 3-4 years, they have completely restructured the entire salary structure.
Align it in such a way that your restructuring does not become contrary to the law. Otherwise, notice of change and unfair labor practice kind of issues will come up. Some smart players are doing that. Some consulted me also. So I said, don't do this way. It has to align with the law. When you are restructuring, it has to be aligned with the law. So otherwise, you will be falling in another trap of unfair labor practice and notice of change will be required.
At this time, the offense and penalty has been very high, too high.
And what Pawar Sahab has said, just to safeguard ourselves, I'm giving you my own example. We had settlement last 5 years with most of the unions we have at the sites. What we did, in the settlement we inserted a clause that in view of the new labor codes coming, when they are implemented, this wage structure will undergo a change. With the discussions, after discussion with the union, that right I have reserved, that after talking to them I'll restructure. But 2 parameters were clear, that it will not reduce the pay of the individual, it will not have financial impact on the company additional. Within these parameters I am going to restructure. After sitting with the unions, I am going to do this so that the notice of change is not required, unfair labor practice is not called for.
Even in the new appointment letters also you can mention this.
Yeah. Yes.
Even the same here, when we are entering into settlement with long-term wage settlement 2023, so we told the union that we are going to incorporate this clause in the wage settlement. Initially there were a lot of resistance. Mr. Purohit will endorse that. A lot of resistance. How can you incorporate such kind of clauses? It will going to have a adverse impact on our pay structure. So after a lot of discussion, deliberation, and vote exchange, ultimately we aligned, and what we assured them, whatever changes the laws or codes will bring, so we are going to assure you that your basic will not come down. Thereafter, assurance from our side, they agreed to incorporate the clause because it is very much required. Otherwise, things will go for a toss.
So it's very important that we add this clause in all the coming settlements, agreements, or even the appointment letter, so that you are not only safeguarding the company's interest, but you are also safeguarding employees' interest too. And don't believe on social media, correct? Yeah. Correct. Because social media तो मार देगी आपको. So better to ask good consultant, so that you get the right advice. So let's move on to the next code, Industrial Relations Code, because as we speak, there is again social media. They say that there is a lot of significant restrictions on right to strike. With the coming IR code, the amalgamation of Industrial Dispute Act, Trade Unions Act, Industrial Employment Standing Order. So First, you just briefly say what is the definition of strike in the revised IR code.
Before I start, now I'm starting on my course, so at the outset, my sincere compliments to Dr. Rajada for envisioning this confusion to clarity. Whether we end with clarity or we end with more confusion, that will decide at the end. But now coming to definition of strike, basically the main component is by a group of people, concerted effort, and most important is refusal to work. The major inclusion in the strike is mass casualty by more than 50% now constitutes a strike. Earlier it was not. Especially this happens in banking sector. This happens in aviation sector. Mass casualty ले लिया, कुछ नहीं CL हो गया. Now it will be under the provision of strike. Number one. Number two, जो Dr. Rajada ने पूछा about these restrictive conditions. Yes. Up till now, it was the strike notice were mandatory under Section 22 of ID Act only for public utility services. That is oil and gas, electric supply, power supply, water supply, public transport. Now it is mandatory for every industrial establishment. Another change is previously it was 2 weeks and 6 weeks. Now it is 14 days and the 6 weeks has been extended to 60 days. You cannot go on strike after 60 days of serving notice. Another important thing is, which is very, very dangerous, जिसको हम छोटी बात समझते हैं, is the concept of commencement of conciliation proceedings. आज की डेट में conciliation is deemed to have commenced on the day conciliation officer receive strike notice. In the code, conciliation deemed to have commenced on the first day of hearing. What are the implications of this? Because of the change of definition, change of concept, now legal strike is possible under IR code. आज की डेट में let's assume, let me give the dates. For example, union has served notice on 1st of April. Conciliation officer received the strike notice on 2nd of April. That means conciliation has commenced on 2nd April itself. Union cannot go on legal strike from 2nd April onwards. Conciliation proceeding, भले first meeting may be held in 25th April, 26 April, 27 April. But conciliation commences on 2nd April and legal strike is prohibited. आज के डेट में conciliation will deemed to have commenced on the first date of hearing. If conciliation officer fixes the first date of hearing on 25th April, that means union has window of proceeding on legal strike. 2 week के बाद, that is 15 April से 24 April तक, union has a window of proceeding on legal strike, जो अब तक possible नहीं था. Now it is possible. Number one. Another landmark change is about recognition of union. आज की डेट में there was no provision of recognition of unions except under MRTU and Pulp Act. BIR, but that is not applicable to all companies. Textile limited. No, there are 9 sectors. But vastly it was ID Act basically जिसमें recognition नहीं है. Now IR code has provided for recognition of union. There are 3 different provisions. MRTU Pulp Act, sir. MRTU and Pulp Act. So basically it is, sorry for it, we call it MRTU Pulp Act. It is Maharashtra Recognition of Trade Union and Prevention of Unlabor Practices Act. IR we call it MRTU and Pulp Act. That's how we speak. So basically now अगर एक ही union company में है and 30% membership है, it will be recognized as a sole negotiating union. If there are more than one union, then a union having 51% membership will be recognized as negotiating union. And if no union has more than 51% membership, then the company will be required to constitute negotiating council. And the membership will be for every 20%, one member will be appointed in the negotiating council. This is the provision जो आज तक नहीं था. This is in favor of unions. Implication is positive for the unions and employees, not for us. द ओनली थिंग वी कैन डू इज प्रे कि किसी यूनियन का 20% ज़्यादा मेंबरशिप ना हो, और अगर होता है तो एक और यूनियन क्रिएट कर दीजिए, आपको यूनियन डिवाइड कर लीजिए तो 20% से कम हो जाए. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट्स. दैट्स व्हाट वी हैव डन. वी हैव बीन डूइंग इन ओएनजीसी आल्सो. Sorry to say that. Another important definition is workers for the purpose of trade union. आज की डेट में वर्कर का जो डेफिनेशन है, दैट इज फॉर वन इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टैब्लिशमेंट. मेरी कंपनी में इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टैब्लिशमेंट क्या है, उसका वर्कर, उसका जो एम्प्लॉय होगा वही वर्कर क्वालिफाई होगा. बट फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ ट्रेड यूनियन, वर्कर इंक्लूड्स एनी पर्सन इंक्लूडिंग ट्रेड और इंडस्ट्री. दैट मीन्स इंजीनियरिंग इंडस्ट्री है, L&T का जो यूनियन है, इट कैन हैव एम्प्लॉयज वर्कर्स फ्रॉम ABB, Siemens, Arjun Solanki sitting here, Servo Textile Solutions. आपके एम्प्लॉय भी they are workers for the purpose of Trade Union Act, Trade Union provision, and they can become members of the union.
I just sorry to interrupt. I think we will take all these points one by one. First, let's talk on the strike. Okay. So, do you think the right to strike is bit restricted? In a nutshell,
Definitely,
no
yes.
essay.
Definitely yes. One liner.
When unions at the national level, they are opposing this code, this is one of the reasons. Because today that strike notice is only for POS. In the new concept IR code, there is no POS now. That means each industrial establishment, the union has to give minimum 14 days notice, and without notice. This is a restriction which unions don't want. Because they think that पहले तो जब मर्जी स्ट्राइक कर लेते थे, अभी 14 दिन का नोटिस देंगे, वो कंसिलिएशन स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. They will not be able to go strike. This is restriction.
So the point is there are three lenses to view for labor codes: a government perspective, employer perspective, and union perspective. Without getting prejudice or a bias, in fact, if I have to answer a question, in my strong personal view, there is no trade union movement in the country at all since last 10-15 years. Who can lead? There is no Mullion Eastern leader where I feel that I am comfortable, he will get me the justice. Very frankly speaking. On the recent strike, whatever, in fact, nobody could figure out anything which can be a striking problem with the four labor codes. They were talking about ASHA workers and Angadwadi. Even in ILC experience I have seen, they talk in a glossy language. I am not criticizing them. They talk in a glossy language, a speech, then where the airfare is and where the lunch is, and then all over. Very truly, 21 years of journey I have been sharing with you. So point is, government perspective was uninterrupted production because it has contribution in economy. 14 days after the conciliation, even in PUS what we used to do, but what happens is, those who are from public sector here in Gujarat on PUS डिक्लेयर करने के लिए 3-3 महीना 6-6 महीना और 2015 में स्टेट ने अमेंडमेंट करा, उसकी पूरी प्रैक्टिस करनी पड़ती थी, उसको निकाल दिया है आप. और गुजरात में तो ये मुद्दा काफ़ी बैठता नहीं है कि यहाँ पे वी आर मोस्ट इंडस्ट्रियली पीसफुल स्टेट इन द कंट्री. सो दैट इज अनदर इशू, but that is Gujarat specific. But there is nothing like that. If somebody listens my problem on the day one of issuing a notice to conceal, it is good. Somebody is there. Authority is listening my dispute for which I wanted to go for the strike, which is even today, right? So anyway, government perspective was very limited, that uninterrupted production, no industrial unrest, and so on.
Provisions apply, same provisions will apply to the lockout also. Now, the silver line is that notice period of 14 days and in between the vacuum period for conciliation proceedings. Earlier, what used to happen, strikes were prolonged for months together. Now, that will not happen now. Because the moment it enters into the conciliation, it is pending the dispute, it is illegal. So, that is the silver line, and it is good for both the parties, if it is lockout or strike, either way, that it cannot prolong for indefinite period.
I fully endorse the view of बख्शी साहब कि गवर्नमेंट का जो पर्पस है कि भाई पहले ओनली पब्लिक यूटिलिटी इंडस्ट्री में आते थे, या फिर जिसको गवर्नमेंट पब्लिक यूटिलिटी इंडस्ट्री डिक्लेयर करती थी तो वही प्रोटेक्टेड थे इस मामले में। और आज आज ये भी कोई तरीका नहीं है कि भाई लाइटनिंग स्ट्राइक पे चले जाओ और द वेरी फाइन वन फाइन डे people go on strike and they caught by surprise industry and it will adversely impact the entire operation of the industry. तो अल्टीमेटली इंडस्ट्री का इंटरेस्ट तो देखना पड़ेगा, और इंडस्ट्री है तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, वर्कर है, सब कुछ है। तो इट्स ए वेलकम मूव बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया टू रिस्ट्रिक्ट. Actually, it is not, the right of strike is not restricted, but to right of timeline is restricted. Actually, they have all right to go on strike, but with due timeline. Not at the whims and fancy of the some union leaders.
So we move to the next. ये बात सही है कि there is hardly a trade union movement because credit goes to our all HR guys, IR guys. They facilitated well. बाकी पहले तो in our times, those who have worked in 80s and 90s, every time nook and corner, क्योंकि हमको इतना कष्ट दिया कि वो कष्टों ने हमको मजबूर से मजबूत बना दिया. So now coming to the next question is that now there is an improved threshold for the layoff and retrenchment, say from 100 to 300. So do you see any positives versus negatives?
जैसे बख्शी साहब ने कहा, there are he talked about three perspectives. I'll talk about two perspectives on this issue: employer's perspective and employee's perspective. Implications for the employers are definitely positive, that now we don't need to follow the lengthy procedure for retrenchment or layoff. Less than 300, just give 1 month's notice or in lieu of wages, pay them compensation of 15 days wages and goodbye. But this is not good for employees because they one of the points, एक तो point जो बख्शी साहब ने बताया, the unions are जो resent कर रही है, there are basically 3 points on which they are resenting. Number 1 is strike notice. Number 2 is retrenchment, layoff more than 300. And third point is similar standing orders from 100 to 300. ये main 3 grounds है. The company is free to lay off and retrench up to 300 without any permission. There is a silver lining for employers, but very dark lining for employees as such.
Now,
including everything.
Shall I add here something? Retrenchment below 300 also cannot be done like this. There are 3 rules of retrenchment. Section 70 onwards in a new code. Last in, first out. 1 month notice or notice pay in lieu thereof, and 15 days retrenchment compensation. This has to be followed irrespective to anything. Only a prior permission is now going back to the factual as a 3-decade experience in a system. Closer, except General Motors. In my 3 decade, I haven't come across any such application the government has entertained. Because all of you know, being HR stalwarts and the learned panelists, hardly 10 to 12% is a wage structure, a wage load in a company. The first and foremost, we ask always to those who apply for the closure in timeline, in accordance with the law, what efforts you have made to prevent this situation, where wage load is hardly 10 to 12%. Second, what we account is 3,000 workers will be retrenched. No, we account that, in fact, 15,000 people are likely to be damaged, family as a 5%. And impact is on other economies also. So I mean, in my career, except General Motors, we have not permitted anything. In General Motors also, those who have dealt with, I don't know, 3 situations were there. બે હાથમાં લાડુ અને ત્રીજો મોઢામાં ખરો કે 100 દિવસ retrenchment compensation, I mean closure compensation per completed year of services and other legal dues, whatever. Second, a fresh recruitment by Morris Garage. And third, if you don't want this, with 35% wage transfer to Talegaon plant in Maharashtra. And all these things were there, so every worker resigned. Because who will give this kind of best of the, one of my secretary was saying, ke Sarkar mane atlu ape to hui aje chodi dau. Very honestly. ના ધીસ ઇઝ જસ્ટ એકેડેમિકલી આઈ એમ સેઇંગ, એટલે કોઈ પરમિશન આપતું જ નથી. આ એક થિયોરેટિકલ પાર્ટ છે. બાકી મિલો 85 textiles mills were there. Hardly 2-3 are functioning in Ahmedabad, but they ran away. And the litigations are trying, liquidation, now NCA, everything is on, but that is different issue. So point is, if you rely on the statistics, the mindset, the decision making things, and a layoff also can be given only in stipulated condition as per the layoff. It is not just because I am not financially doing well, hence layoff. There are defined conditions. Coal or power is not there, breakdown major machinery, and unavailability of raw material, compilation of finished product. I mean, and last but the least, very honestly saying, I am sharing my experience. I don't say I am right, I am wrong. I used to play badminton at Ellis Bridge Gymkhana, Ahmedabad, and every Saturday we take a big breakfast, which we take more than what calorie we spend. And whoever plays with me, they are industrialists, small to leke bade wale. I have never seen them talking in my during job and post retirement that I have given this much layoff, I am very happy. I have returned 10%, I am more happy. You know, they want to multiply. They always talk 100 crore यहाँ पे लगा है, 400 crore. मतलब ये मुद्दे के लिए मुद्दे हो सकते हैं. But if you analyze statistically, there is nothing. I tell you, in fact, most of you must be aware, in 2003 December, nearly 23 years back, State of Gujarat came out with a Chapter 5D under the ID Act, retrenchment out of the definition of industrial dispute for special economic zone. And in 2015 December, we amended that to SIR, 100% EOU, NMIZ. And instead of 15 days, we made it 60 days retrenchment compensation. Nobody has misused, forget used. So this is a fact of life. You know, you have to equate ground practices, ground reality, and then you draft whatever you are drafting. Thank you.
A wonderful explanation. So, within the IR code, now it has been legalized, the fixed term employment. First time, I think the code has legalized this. So many other companies, progressive companies, they were practicing this for n number of years. I have been practicing from last 25 years, but now it has been legalized. Do you see any threat to job security? Because a lot of work will go to contractual working or the fixed time employment. So any thoughts on that? Audience, are you okay with me?
See, I can share one thing. The word definition of fixed term employment has come only now, but it is already existing under ID Act. When we say retrenchment does not include when the person has been terminated on the expiry of his contract, it already existed. And that what आपने जो कहा, ONGC, we have been implementing this since 1996. We have called them tenure-based employees. Number two, once again, there are two perspectives. जैसा बख्शी साहब ने कहा, there are two perspectives. First perspective is that I will engage people more and more on fixed term employment rather than giving on contract. Because मुझे पता है 2 साल रखा, 2 साल के बाद गुड बाय, जितना उनको देना है दे दिया, ग्रेजुएटी 2 साल के लिए दे दिया, I give them goodbye. They get good experience and employees also happy because they are directly on the rolls of the company. See, they get experience, they get certificate. ONGC में we have lot of cases coming to us. जो सब मुझे तनख्वाह मत दीजिए, just give me a certificate कि मैंने रिग पे काम किया है, मैंने ऑयल फील्ड में काम किया है. The moment you give me this, I'll get job in Dubai. Middle East में मुझे सारा जॉब मिल जाएगा, मुझे तनख्वाह मत दीजिए आप. So the positive is people will get experience and they'll be on the rolls of the company. Another good feature is they will get all the benefits at par with regular employees of that particular category. And now जो ग्रेजुएट का जो 5 साल था for fixed term employees, it has been reduced to 1 year, minimum 1 year and more. So that is the silver lining for employees. They will get the advantage. और जैसे बख्शी साहब ने कहा, intention of the employee is not to misuse the facility. And we can have typical jobs which are limited for particular duration. Construction आ रहा, ये आ रहा, then have fixed term employment. Construction खत्म हो गया, say goodbye to them. So that will generate more employment. It goes silver lining for employers as well as employees.
I will add to this. If we see the codes carefully, the fixed term employment has come in two codes. One, IR code, and other is Social Security code. When I talk of IR code, it talks of the worker as fixed term employee. When I go to Social Security code, it talks of employee only. That means you can have supervisory employees also on FTE basis. And there also conditions will be same. You have to pay same pay which you are giving to your regular employees, and also the proportionate gratuity. Therefore, in both the cases it is possible. But what the question was that how it will affect contract labor and all that. I don't think these are both separate areas of work. When I engage a contractor who engages the contract labor, objectives are different. I need some people for some specific skill and purpose where I am employing FT when I have some job for him for 1 year or 2 years. I don't think it is going to ultimately affect your contracting system.
And in the code, core activities and non-core activities are very well defined. This is first time happening. And fixed term employment, my friends, should not be misused. Otherwise, again, it will be a colorful exercise and unfair labor practice. If you take them on 3 years fixed term or 4 years fixed term, it is no more a fixed term, because it has to be for a specific reason, a specific requirement of the organization, a specific hike in the business, then fine, it is justified. So it's just a word of caution.
कहने का मतलब साहब ये बोल रहे हैं कि फिक्स सम का मतलब टर्म की कुछ लिमिट होनी चाहिए. 2 साल के लिए रखते हैं, फिर हर साल एक्सटेंड करके 7 साल हो गया जी, वो फिक्स टर्म पे ही चल रहा है. सो व्हाट ही इज सेइंग कि फिक्स टर्म मींस फिक्स टर्म. रखिए 2-3 साल रखिए, इट इज ओके, बट उसके बाद नमस्ते. ऐसा नहीं, बिकॉज देयर आर मेनी कोर्ट जजमेंट्स. व्हाट ही इज सेइंग, वेयर कोर्ट्स हैव आल्सो पॉइंटेड आउट हाउ लॉन्ग ए पर्सन कैन बी टेम्परेरी. 10 साल से टेम्परेरी है वो. It cannot be like this. Fixed term means a fixed term. You cannot be fixed. It's fixed for an indefinite period. So we have to be careful. What he's saying, ultimately, otherwise it will become unfair labor practice.
आपने जो पॉइंट रेस किया, फिक्स टर्म फिक्स ही होना चाहिए. वी हैव पेड प्राइस इन ONGC. 4 साल के लिए एंगेज किया हमने, 3 टर्म के लिए एंगेज किया. 3 टर्म के बाद वो हमारा दामाद बन के ONGC में दे कम एज रेगुलर एम्प्लॉयज. कोड हैव रूल्ड वेरी क्लियरली कि दैट मीन्स कि ये टेम्पररी जॉब नहीं है. यू नीड देम परमानेंटली. आप 12 साल से एंगेज कर रहे हो, दैट मीन्स यू नीड देम रेगुलरली एंड दे आर ऑन रोल्स ऑफ द कंपनी ONGC एज ऑन टुडे.
Actually, the degree of difference 2000BB, which had never a provision like that, proportionate social security. It was just a contractual. I let you know, in 2006 August, government of Gujarat has done this. But we could not succeed being a different government at the center. Otherwise, I was instrumental in drafting on the same area. Couple of things, very honestly saying, what we did in 2015 December as a state amendment, Government of India straight away restrived. The gentleman, namely Dr. Onkar Sharma, who used to be in a live touch with me, and he used to tell, Guruji, आपका ये हमने सीधा उठा लिया. Lighter note पे, लेकिन ये fact है. तो ये है ना. But this was while group discussions were there in ILC. What was significant that government does lot of construction work, overbridge, underbridge, metro, canals, and where we used to recruit a project staff, structural engineer, and so on. Once the project is over, there is no need to have a permanent liability. It was more discussed in the group at that point of time in ILC, and that is why then Employer Association 2 agreed, because I said the fact is nobody is interested in retrenching anybody. That is the genetics of the whole what was discussed in while we were drafting this. Anyway.
So, if you see today also, the government is one of the largest employer of unorganized labor. And if you see even in the universities or elsewhere, people are there on temporary lecturership or temporary assistant for more than 15 years. So they are actually permanent temporarily. So that brings, there is also a provision in the code this time that it allows government to reject or modify tribunal orders. Government. Earlier, these were the powers were with the high courts. So, do you see any constitutional concern or a legal concern? Or correct me my understanding.
See, in earlier section 17, 18, 19 of previous ID Act, government had power in that act also to modify or reject by passing through the assembly, and in case of appropriate government of India through parliament. You know, I'll little take a minute, sir. Our laws are, be it a labor law or any other law, mostly that derived from the British legislature. And their mindset was ultimately, I must have a last laugh. So the script we have continued. And same thing was there in previous ID Act, has continued here. Only you have to follow the procedure. The section 18 and onwards in the previous act provides for, I have to put before a certain days to the assembly. Assembly will do this, do that. Either throw that out or amend the award. But that government poke knows in only those cases where government is likely to be affected. There are reasons listed in the section 18 to it. So anyway, it was, sir, already there earlier also.
There is also a provision for reskilling fund. An employer is required to make that fund. So how that is going to work? Can you enlighten? Or still there is a confusion?
Confusion nahi hai. The purpose, the concept is not understood at all. First thing is, workers reskilling fund is basically meant for those workers who have been retrenched to facilitate their re-employment. The provision is that government will set up a reskilling fund and employer will contribute 15 days wages for every retrenched worker to that reskilling fund. If the intention was to reskill the workers, government should have made provision for reskilling the workers on its own. Instead of that, the provision is गवर्नमेंट वो पैसा 60 दिन अपने पास रखेगा, जितना भी पैसा आया उसके ऊपर इंटरेस्ट कमाएगा और 60 दिन के बाद वो वर्कर के अकाउंट में जमा कर देंगे, आप अपने आप को रीस्किलिंग कर दो. सो द पर्पस ऑफ रीस्किलिंग फंड इज एक्चुअली नॉट सर्व्ड. जो इंटेंशन था, इंटेंशन हैज नॉट बीन ट्रांसलेटेड इनटू एक्शन इन ट्रू सेंस. और वर्कर के पास पैसा आएगा, आई एम श्योर, विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू लेडीज, वर्कर के हाथ में जाने के बदले उसका बजट तैयार होगा कि इसका क्या करना है मुझे.
Why only ladies? You are becoming racist.
I am neutral gender neutral.
I think so now you have third gender, and now it is part of the court and legal system.
It is gender neutral now. Gender neutral.
So I think all the panelists are required to be cautioned on that. So the key considerations for the IR code is likely that all mergers, acquisitions and change control transactions needs a very specific evaluation. Now you cannot just go on doing it. You need to think future what kind of codes are likely to come, and timelines for prior permission from appropriate government and closure has considered it as the threshold has increased. Same is the case, I think, with these standing orders. So anybody would like to say the certifying standing orders, they say that now prior to that code, and what is the situation prior and post? I think Bakshi sir.
See, in case of prior permission 300 and above for layoff return, it is 60 days. The moment government receives the application, it has to be decided in the 60 days from the date of receipt, which was earlier also and even today. Now standing order, the threshold is raised, as everybody knows, and which is area of concern from the trade union point of view. It is also script of the same, because code has come effective on 21st November 2025. Like if you look to the previous IESO, same things are there. 6 months from that, no change. Only threshold is the area of concern. But I tell you, my dear friends, see what was discussed, I am sharing. I am in my career, very on lighter part in Gujarati, કે અમારા ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટમાં જે ક્યાંય ન ચાલે ને એ હેડ ઓફિસમાં ચાલે. અને મારી આખી નોકરી મેં 30 વર્ષ હેડ ઓફિસમાં જ કરી છે. એટલે I have gone through the whole process of all this drafting and amending. Even 2015 જે એમેન્ડમેન્ટ થયું એમાં પણ આઈ વોઝ ઇન્વોલ્વ અને કેબિનેટ પાસે ઊભા કરી દે સમજાવવા શું કામ કરો છો. જેમ કે વાત કરી કે આઉટસોર્સિંગ એજન્સીને પણ અમે એક્સપ્રેસિવલી એમ્પ્લોયરની વ્યાખ્યામાં મિનિમમ વેજમાં લઈ આવ્યા. વી હેવ ટ્રાય ટુ બેલેન્સ, એવું નથી. બીજું કમ્પાઉન્ડિંગ ઓફ ઓફેન્સીસ જે આમાં લઈ આવ્યા, ભલે અત્યારે ચર્ચાનો મુદ્દો નથી પણ હું કહી દઉં. I conceived in a department from a different background as my CV was read. I was injecting rabbits and mice in pharmaceutical company, lastly Rallies at Ankleshwar. I am FDA approved analyst. And my first posting after being selected in GPSC was a court officer. And I had never seen the courts. And for initial 8 months, CJM and Chief Metropolitan Magistrate used to fire me like anything, very honestly. So I had a two thought. Let me go back to my own domain, or second one, why don't I develop in a given subject? Probably second one sound well, and I develop whole that when I am teaching those judges since 24 years in academy in High Court, as and when I am called. But my point here is, during my court officer tenure, being a labor violation of labor laws in Nirma, I teach to all students one line. I teach the two law, medical law and labor laws. Violation of labor laws amount to the chorus will say criminal case. Now in my court officer job, ખૂનનો કેસ કરેલા બેઠા હોય, નાર્કોટિક્સનો વાયોલેશનમાં બેઠા હોય અને આ પેટી ઓફેન્સ માટે બાજુમાં HR વાળા બેઠા હોય, કેવું લાગે? That was a thought process. Very honestly, in 2015 I got an opportunity to convince my higher up, okay, well, let us dilute it. Even after institution of offences after 2015 December, if you file a pursuit into the trial court, they will transfer the case to the Deputy Commissioner of Labour of a given region, and amount also of compounding we have decided by way of table, so there is no discretionary power to the officer. But riders are subject to compliance of complainant grievances. Second, the money of compounding will disperse to the affected worker, and where workers are not identifiable, amount will go to the unorganized social security workers board. Is the change we made, and now Government of India's composition of offences has introduced. So just incidentally I said that this is all a journey in piecemeal was done.
स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर का आपने बताया, जब कमिंग टू मेन क्वेश्चन विच इज ए ग्रे एरिया दैट नाउ इट इज एप्लीकेबल फॉर 300, तो जिन कंपनी का सर्टिफाइड स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर था एंड उनका स्ट्रेंथ लेस देन 300 है, दे आर लीगली एम्पावर्ड टू स्क्रैप द स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर्स and it will not require notice of change, because the notice of change very clearly says any change brought out as a result of notification or government order or appropriate government's order does not require any notice of change. Hence, the companies can frame their own rules and regulations instead of certified standing orders.
In either case, in new labor codes, if whether you cross the 300 or whatever, तो आपको 6 महीने के अंदर अगर if you adopt the model standing order, you need to notify, or if you want to have your own certified standing orders, again you have to consult the union and finalize it, and again they notify with the competent authority. So that's the provision still remains same, ditto, but you have to follow the procedure.
Yeah, anyway, you have to follow the
either way.
Yeah. So
मॉडल अप्लाई होगा, पर मॉडल अप्लाई होता है तो आपको इंटीमेट तो करना है कि मुझे मॉडल अप्लाई हो रहा है, आपको एडॉप्ट करना पड़ेगा, उसका इंटीमेट करना पड़ेगा.
300 नहीं है तो मॉडल भी नहीं होगा. Please, I have something to add. There are two views. In Gujarat, standing order is applicable to 10 or more workmen. Now तो 300 हो गया.
अभी 300 है.
लॉ में 100 था, फिर 50 हुआ, फिर 10 हो गया. Now suddenly it has become 300. Okay, the total scenario has changed. But Preet Desai Sahab is saying, I have a little view on that the companies which have certified standing order, that will continue to be applicable. This is what my view is. Desai Sahab, हाँ, As far as applicability of model standing order is concerned, that will start with 300, because model standing order is also applicable when you are covered under Standing Order Act. Less than that, it will be more governed by your appointment letters, your service conditions in terms of employment. This is what my view is.
But anything which is less favorable, anything which is less favorable,
other laws will be applicable.
it will not be valid.
Notice of change and all those ID Act provisions which are there, that will continue to be applicable. You can't unilaterally change the things. But if I have already certified standing order, that will continue to be applicable.
Yes, so three scenarios will be there. If you have the certified standing orders, if you are more than 300, if you want to continue it, you can continue it. If you are more than 300, you want to adopt this model standing order, you need to notify. If you want to have your own certified standing orders, if you don't have, again, you follow the procedure, notify it. So there will be three scenarios.
So that brings us to the third code of social security. So almost 9 acts were amalgamated and we created a social security. So the first question is, there is a definition overlap and ambiguity. Can somebody clarify the unorganized worker, gig worker, platform worker? So what are your views, Mandivya?
First of all,
You have to take mic. Let Bakshi then
government. Before I specifically answer the question, I would like to say some few salient things about the Social Security Code, which government has brought in the code. Now it is, in PF there is a change of definition. The earlier it used to be applied to industry or factory having the 20 or more. Now it is applicable to people establishment having 20 or more. So no ambiguity of whether you are following the industry or factory. To establishment, your establishment having 20 people, it will be applicable. So that will be the thing. And same thing, ESI, it will be applicable to Pan India, irrespective of notification specific in earlier system. But the question comes, when it is applicable to Pan India in all industries, okay, so what to do? So one thing is that if these facilities are provided, then after you are liable to make the contributions. If the ESI facility is not there in your areas, then you don't need to. But of course, you need to consult the respective ESI authority in your areas. And one more thing, you will be surprised to know. Can you tell me how many new definitions have been introduced in Social Security Code? New definition. 26. 26 new definitions. And if the due permission of chair, I would like to quickly read out this only nomenclature. Contract labor, contractor, aggregator, commissioning mother, executive officer, instated migrant worker, fixed term employment, gig worker, platform worker, medical termination of pregnancy, sales promotion employee, SOP, social security organization, vacancy, wage ceiling, insured work women, common crash facility, new provision, audiovisual production, central board, central PF commissioner, company, competent authority, dock work and railway. These are the 26 new definitions that have been introduced in the code. So my request is just to go through all the definitions, which will give you more clarity applicable to your industry. And there are uniform definitions which have been introduced in the code. Authorized officer, employee, employer, dependent for ESIC and employee compensation purpose, employment injury for ESIC and EC purpose, establishment, factory, family, manufacturing process for EPF and ESI purpose, and wages. These are the 10 common definitions for purpose. So the logic for such kind of new things is there to bring the more clarity among the stakeholders, and more and more benefits should go to the workers.
Now Rajada sir said what is unorganized worker, platform worker, gig workers. You know, unorganized worker, the second reference to second national commission was umbrella legislation for informal sector. We rely on 2011 census data. I have some demographic data also, but we'll rely on 2011 census. 93% of the total workforce is informal sector. Now, what is the legal definition is any workplace where the strength of worker is less than 10. That is in the Act. Unorganized Worker Social 2008 defines it. Now, this is already there, and for which SHRP and other activities being on and on, that is all right. In between, UWIN card came, but you know, idea is to integrate them with the social security scheme of the state government and central government and so on with the identity, because they need to have some legal recognition that I am a worker of informal economy. But these two categories were out of the traditional master servant relationship, a gig worker and platform worker. We know all of us purchase Flipkart, Amazon, the delivery person rushes to the place and gives that and so on, because e-commerce is now supported with a Q-commerce. E-commerce is already there, but to have a successful e-commerce, you need to have a platform of Q-commerce that is 10 minutes blinking and all of you know. So who will protect something goes wrong with them was the area of concern. And second is the, you know, gig economy. Like, you know, at my place, there is a fault in electric wiring. The person nearby shop, I brought him and he, while doing something, he got injured or ABCD. Then who will protect such rights? So a format is being tried to created in this. And the what type of scheme should be there to safeguard their social security also is been there. And who will pay? The fund will come, then the word is aggregator. The platforms for which they are working or the shop for which I am working as an electrician will be placed under the definition of aggregator. So they will contribute, Government of India will contribute and state government will contribute. Is the scheme of the thing under the SS code, which is a major chunk in informal sector. Time will tell how it rolls out, but this is what the quick responding, sir, to your question.
Aggregator is, I think, under the code is required to contribute 2% to 5% of their revenue for this benefit welfare of their gig worker, platform workers.
Whatever revenue they get, driver makes an accident, it will be used from that fund. That's the whole intent of the because they have huge revenue, but not accountable for the welfare.
Yeah.
It needs to be seen in that context.
Yes, yes. They will be protected.
Exactly.
So the another thing is there is a threshold based exclusions actually. If you see PF versus ESIS, so PF it is 20 plus and ESIC it is 10 plus. So how this is going to work? Because the smaller units they will not get covered. So PF में जो है वो 20 plus से आता है number of people and ESI is 10 plus. So is this going to be clarified over a period of time or how? Because there are many people have this question in mind.
You know, the Act has created, the SS code has created, those who are 10 or more and less than 20 can also voluntarily join the, that is already there. Now there are two things. What was discussed, I am sharing with you, you are all intellectual, learned people. The problem in a PF organization is where to invest the money which will yield you 8.6% interest. The stock market is not allowed under the PF trust meeting, and they are conservative and rightly so. They are the trustees of the. And today, if I give a rough account, if you even officially hit the site and see, 5-figure plus CR, money is lying unaccounted. I mean, some strange representation we have received from the Surat side, where a lot of migrant workers work, that please do not deduct our PF, because I am getting 12% less in my wages. So these are all the ground realities. But point is well taken, and I'm sure the government of India will look into it some or other way to include 10 and more under ambit of PF Act, making it at par with ESIC. That is your point of concern, sir, right?
In certain situation, if even a single person is employed in a hazardous process, so irrespective of 10, it has to be covered in the ESI. So that is a provision in the code also, Social Security Code.
To be
Even
on
if you
lighter,
don't have
to be
10
on-
people
To be
for
on lighter
coverage.
side, रायजादा जी, just to clarify, वो मेरे को threshold का ना समझ में नहीं आता कहाँ से आती है 10 या 20. When I was going through Factories Act, बोलते हैं कि जहाँ 200 से ज्यादा वर्कर है 250 से उनको ठंडा पानी देने का है, बाकियों को गर्म देने का. I could not know where from this came. या आप बोल रहे हो कि 20 से ज्यादा है तो पीएफ देने का, तो 15 वाले को फ्री छोड़ देने का. No, this is, I don't know.
It's a question.
It is a question. Where from these thresholds come? And concern is that everyone who is employed, he should be given PF. What is the issue? Why 20, 10 and all that? This is my own feeling which I have shared with you.
That is correct, but you know, to handle the informal economy, which is a 93%, and government cannot afford to have this kind of manpower, which is a public liability. In fact, I, in lighter note to my friends, say I am a retired person, but I am a public liability. I get hefty pension for doing nothing, you know, and me and others like me. So if the recruit, that's why in 2004 the old pension scheme was removed. Because if you see the vis-a-vis, the Malaysian university professor was a part of it in restructuring this, namely Dr. Asher. He said if you see the balance sheet, 3 CR is, for an example, the wage bill, vis-a-vis 3.5 CR was a pension bill. And you are giving more than equal amount to non-performance, sitting at their place. So point is, that is, sir, you see, when we decide and we sit on the place of decision, multiple issues come, sir. With your consent, a small example. When the threshold of maternity leaves were raised from 12 weeks to 26 weeks, I was in the meeting at ILC. Employer objection, absolutely objected. Now, Sustainable Development Goal, Millennium Development Goal of the countries, improve the women participation, improve the women workplace, and that is why few amendments have come in Factories Act, State Ordinance, and OSH Code. But they objected it. That if so is there, we will not recruit female anymore because 52 weeks per female for 2 living child, not possible. Then Plan B was ready with the government, which I just want to influence on merits. We knew this. So we said Plan B, fair enough. 12 weeks you have no problem. They said yes, we have no problem. Remaining 14 weeks, you send a proposal to us. We have earmarked 100 crore separately for this, but we will not roll back with the amendment. And you know, rest is the history. I was party to the meeting. I am saying you can Google out and verify my statement. So that is not how it is. But when there is a will, there is a way. And rest all, after 3 months, again I had been to the meeting. I asked the Government of India persons, फिर क्या हुआ, कोई आई प्रपोजल या कुछ हुआ? तो बोलते नहीं, वो बाद में मिलने आ गए एम्प्लॉयर एसोसिएशन वाले कि भाई ये तो हमें एज ए रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बोलना पड़ता है, क्योंकि वो भी नहीं सुनिए, क्योंकि वो भी कोई लड़की के माँ बाप हैं, किसी बहन के भाई है, वो भी माँ के लड़के हैं. Our first connectivity in the world is with the mother. And additionally I said, in this amendment, the Government of India introduced work from home, which was not there, which could have been done earlier also, with the revised terms, commissioning mother who adopts a child below 3 months, and community-based crutches is the new addition to it, ease of doing business. So I mean, there was no mandate whatsoever, very honestly saying. It may be something may be counterproductive in apparent discussion, that it should go against the employed class. But anyway,
minimum wages માં હવે scheduled employment નો concept જ હટાવી દીધો છે કે it will be applicable to all people, or whether it's for organized or unorganized sector. So if you employ 10 people in your home, then you don't need to be industry or factory. It will be applicable to you also, being in organized sector.
So there is also a code which establishes a social security fund for informal workers. So how any idea how that is going to work or how that is going to formalize? Because still there are a lot of things needs to be clarified, that how this fund will constitute, how it will come into the force.
The government has notified this. There will be a national social security board and state social security board, but the nitty-gritty details are yet to be notified from national level as well as state level. So we don't know at this juncture how it is going to be worked and how it is going to be functioning in the times to come.
But I'll tell you one thing, the louder version of it. ગુજરાત સરકારનું વંચિતોના વિકાસ નામનું એક ઓફિશિયલ પબ્લિકેશન છે. ઇટ ઇઝ અ ઓફિશિયલ કમ્પેન્ડિયમ ઓફ વેરિયસ સોશિયલ સિક્યુરિટી સ્કીમ બેનિફિશિયલ ફોર ધીસ ક્લાસ ઓફ પીપલ. એમાં આવાસ યોજના, શિક્ષણ સહાય, પ્રસૂતિ સહાય, કારણ કે આઉટ ઓફ એમ્બિટ ઓફ ધી લો છે. દે આર ઇન્ફોર્મલ સેક્ટર એઝ આઈ ડિફાઇન્ડ લીગલી લેસ દેન 10. સો દે આર આઉટ ઓફ ધી એમ્બિટ ઓફ એક્ઝિસ્ટિંગ લો. So there is official publication and a book is so simple. I repeat, official publication. સહાય શું મળશે, અરજી ક્યાં કરવાની, કેટલા દિવસમાં ડિસાઇડ થશે. અને ગુજરાત સરકારનો એક જીસીપીએસ કાયદો છે કે અધિકારીઓ જો વધારે સમયથી હું બેઠો રહું અરજી ઉપર તો આઈ એમ એકાઉન્ટેબલ, મારા પગારમાંથી પૈસા કપાય. આ બધી વસ્તુઓ છે, માત્ર એન્ડ યુઝર સુધી ખબર નથી. એનું કારણ એક મારી દ્રષ્ટિએ there is no trade union movement who can reach out to the very honestly to the it is tripartite structure 1919 થી છે. આપણે આઈએલઓના સભ્ય ત્યારથી ત્રીજો પક્ષકાર અગત્યનો છે આખા સિસ્ટમમાં. પણ હવે ઇટ ઇઝ અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી નોટ. તો પણ કહેવાનું શું કે આ બોર્ડ તો ફોર્મલાઇઝ સ્ટ્રક્ચર બને છે, બાકી આ બધું ઓલરેડી છે. સાહેબ 40% બજેટ સરકારનું, કદાચ વધારે, ફોર ઇન્ફોર્મલ ઇકોનોમી જાય જ છે સાહેબ. આજે 10 લાખ સુધીની જે સહાય છે આયુષ્યમાન ભારત, એ જ માટે તો છે. એ પહેલાં 5 લાખ હતી. અને સિવિલ હોસ્પિટલોમાં બધી સારવાર ફ્રી જ છે, પણ લોકોને એમ્બિયન્સ જોઈએ છીએ કે ભાઈ આમ સરસ કપડાવાળા કમ્પાઉન્ડર હોય ને સારી એપોક્સી પેન્ટની. સિવિલ માય સન ઇન લો ઇઝ ઇન એ સિવિલ હોસ્પિટલ. 3 months બેક હી વોઝ સેઇંગ કે અંકલ આજે મારા 5,000 સર્જરી પૂરી થઈ. ઇઝ એન ઓર્થોપેડિક સર્જન અને દે ડોન્ટ ચાર્જ એનીથિંગ, બટ પીપલ વોન્ટ ધીસ. એક ઓનેસ્ટલી 1 મિનિટ સર વધારે લઈને કે ગેંગ્લિયોન એટલે એક રસોદી કે ગુજરાતીમાં, એનું એક સર્જરી મારી ભાણેજને કરાવી દે. તો મારી સાથે એક ટેબલ ટેનિસ રમે છે ડૉક્ટર માનવ સુરી, ઇઝ અ પ્લાસ્ટિક સર્જન, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर इन सिविल हॉस्पिटल. मैंने पूछा सूरी साहब आप प्राइवेट में करते हैं क्या? तो बोलता मैं नहीं करता, लेकिन क्या करना है? तो सर मेरी भांजी का ये सर्जरी करना है. बोले सर आप एक बार मेरे ओटी में आइए, देखिए व्हाट काइंड ऑफ इक्विपमेंट्स आई हैव वर्ल्ड क्लास इक्विपमेंट्स, बट समहाउ पीपल नीड एम्बियंस. હવે 10 રૂપિયાની ચોપડીમાં 25,000નું ની રિપ્લેસમેન્ટ મફત થતું હોય તો અહીંયા આવે કોણ? somebody was telling me કે તમારે ખરેખર ગરીબાઈ જોવી હોય ને તો સિવિલ હોસ્પિટલના જનરલ વોર્ડમાં 1 દિવસ રહી આવો, and to which government is giving free of cost. So that is how it is. એટલે આ બધું ઓલરેડી છે જ સાહેબ, એને ફોર્મલાઇઝ કરવાની જ આ બોર્ડમાં વાત છે, બીજું કંઈ નથી.
It's a great I think in-depth information. And same is the case where there are different boards which are working now. Central Board of Trustees for PF, ESIC, and various social security boards. So the concern is that can there be a uniform pattern or uniform board where the resources can be equally distributed? So this is going to be a way forward. The another concern was raised on the mandatory registration on digital platform. How you see, Mandya Sahab, that there are many poor workers, how they are going to utilize this digital platform? Because now in the code it is now mandatory. So is there अच्छे दिन आएंगे?
थोड़ा मुझे भी डाउट है कि मैंडेटरी रजिस्ट्रेशन और डिजिटल वर्कमैन, अब हमारे जो प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर है, गीग वर्कर है, तो जो काफ़ी इलिटरेट है या सेमी लिटरेट है, तो उसको इतना नॉलेज भी नहीं है कि कैसे करे, कहाँ करे, किसकी हेल्प ले. तो तो उसमें मुझे लगता है कि इन माय पर्सनल व्यू गवर्नमेंट को थोड़ा फैसिलिटेट करना पड़ेगा, रिलैक्स करना पड़ेगा, so that the actual purpose should be served, will be served. Otherwise थोड़ा ये difficult है. But of course going forward in the next 3 or 5 years they may move to such kind of thing. But in current days this needs to be reviewed.
So there is also a gratuity contradiction. In FT you get on a pro rata basis, while here you have to complete 5 years or this thing. So do you see any conflict of interest?
FT को थोड़ा फायदा.
Is this not a question?
Is it?
I am talking on their behalf. And I am not expecting all answers by the panel. What I am trying to raise is that this is a general concern.
Rajada sir, on a lighter note, if you want to get gratuity in 1 year, you need to change the side.
Yeah.
No, Rajada ji, what your concern was, what government has done, they have not diluted the current entitlement. Let us see that. Second, they have rather tried to rationalize it to the FTEs, that in case they are employed for lesser period, why 5 years should be applicable to them. I think it's a benefit given to FTE people. Now the question is no different, which is coming for the employers. What about contract laborers? Are contract laborers going to be employed for as FTE or not? If they are employed as FTE, then you will have to give gratuity. If you employ as you are doing today, simply giving appointment letters and all that, then they will not be entitled. So this contradiction at the shop floor will remain between the contract labor and others, where FTE will get gratuity, contract laborers may not get. This is the issue which will come up.
And one more thing, आपने जो point raise किया, very pertinent point, but I think equality should be among the equals. Regular employee, they have a lifelong commitment till the age of 60, they can continue. FTE does not have that privilege to continue for beyond the
उसको permanent करो ना तो वो भी करेगा.
Right. वो तो करना चाहता है.
Question is, आप उसको opportunity दो वो भी करेगा. Contract labor को आप FT बनो, FT से permanent करो, वो भी करेगा. The question is there a will of management to do that? You look at the cost.
Why should management do
that? Is the major question.
No, the point is, why should management do it if I don't have requirement for lifelong? If I don't have requirement more than 2 years, 3 years, why should I engage a person as a regular employee?
I will contradict that you employ contract labor for years together. So you have need for that resources. Only you are employing in that particular mode because it is cheaper to you.
I agree with that part.
And let me tell you, in some of the cases, those contract laborers have far better skills than even permanent labor.
I fully agree.
But still, we opt for that because that meets with your budgetary requirement of the particular organization. Let's face this bitter reality. So it is the job of our HR professionals to standardize certain practices. Our job is not to exploit. Our job is to get benefit out of those schemes, but not, the permanently FTE.
Permanent FTE, इंटरनल कहा भूपेंद्र सिंह ने, permanent FTE is not possible. और आपने जो कहा ये contract labor वाला, I can quote case of ONGC. We have taken a conscious decision that we will focus only on core area of exploration and production of oil. बाकी सारे एरिया हमने कर दिए. और जो आप कह रहे हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर, कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर मुझे मिले थे कि सर आपको कितना सर्विस हुआ ओएनजीसी में, मैं कहा 22 साल, कि मैं 36 साल से ओएनजीसी में हूँ सर, मैं आपका सीनियर हूँ, तो आई नो मोर अबाउट ओएनजीसी देन व्हाट यू नो. So that has been happening in ONGC, and we had cases, father and son working as contract labor, son retires early, father retires later. We had even those cases also in ONGC.
We will listen more on contract labor from Pawar Sahab. He is going to talk about core, non-core and all that. Just other aspect, once you are mentioning contract labor, the composition of workforce, which is changing very fast, and many organizations you will find 10% regular and 80%, 90% contract labor. I was going through statistics of one company, safety statistics. तो उसमें लिखा हुआ था कि इतनी contract labor को इतना इंजरी हो गया, ये हो गया, वो हो गया. Then my question to their factory manager was कि क्या contract labor को आप बराबर ट्रेनिंग नहीं देते, ये नहीं देते, इतना क्यों हो रहा है, रेगुलर में तो कुछ नहीं होता। कहता काम जो करेगा उसी को तो चोट लगेगा, रेगुलर नहीं करता तो उसको चोट क्यों लगेगी। So this was his reply, so I could not reply.
So I think this kind of formalization of gratuity insurance is also now formalized. So that will also add cost to the employer. And that is one of the reasons that, people try and find a shortcut. So we should, I mean, this is my personal opinion, we should refrain from such practices. If we want to make India a developed country, we have to look at the progressive practices. Rather than cutting corners is not going to help over a period of time. Like in our days, किसी को मिनिमम वेज नहीं दिया तो हम बड़ी होशियारी समझते थे, वो पता 10 आदमी को नहीं दिया 50. Now it is taken for granted that if you are employee or contract labor, you have minimum wages, ESI, PF, blah blah blah. The same thing over a period of time. I think this labor code is also aiming at providing insurance cover, as Bakshiji also said, the Ayushman Bharat and all. Of course, there are a lot of irregularities, that's a different thing. But the purpose and intent is very clear, that we have to move towards Viksit Bharat. I mean, Viksit means वो facilitator वाला नहीं, the real Viksit Bharat. So that brings us to the last code on occupational health, safety and working conditions. So that's a major things which are happening there. So I would ask Pawar Saab that there is also a threshold they have increased from 20 to 50. And what do you see the major challenges in implementation of this specific code?
I think as far as these 4 codes are concerned, there are a lot of controversy, lot of confusions, lot of clarity is required. But as far as OSHW is concerned, I think most of the things are good. Most of the things are good. You talk about health, you talk about safety, you talk about welfare, everything which has been provided, and the responsibility given on the principal employer, issuance of appointment letter, and all these things are going very fair, and it was overdue. I think there are hardly any points you will find that in this code which is going against the interest of the worker. Rather, certain obligations are casted upon the shoulders of the employer which was overdue and which were neglected or ignored are now covered in this. And it is in the overall interest of the society to have the safe working environment wherein, safety is given a good preference in this code. Now, talking about 20 to 40, these are all, again, I will go with your threshold thing only, that from, rather you asked me, you said that. I don't know from where these threshold things are coming. Whether you make it 20 or 50 or 100, who decides that? Which wisdom tells you to make this particular number? I am at a loss to understand and explain you. It is all what the people have enacted the things, they know better. Rather, they also don't know. It was some debate and consensus was arrived that let us keep it 40. No logic otherwise. Why, if such a person is working, 10 people are working, do you think there you don't need safety? You don't need service, better service conditions, better working conditions? They also.
Now there are micro units have taken from 10 to 20 workers for the with power, and others are from 20 to 40. So that leaves millions of workers in small scale industries without legal safety protection. Legal.
Yeah,
see, there are progressive units, they may have their own safety. But if you ask the legality point of view, the legal safety net has gone little away.
Yeah,
any thoughts or anything?
There the question comes two ways. One is ease of doing business, and other one is favoring the employers. Because MSME sector was crying a lot on the compliance part, on the inspector Raj, and on this to be maintained and that to be adhered to. And through this, I think, and nowadays MSME is giving a good chunk of percentage in our GDP. So this was intentionally by design. I think it has been, this favor has been done, which is not fair if you ask me.
But it has happened. There is a organization called Laghu Udyog Bharati. They represent MSMEs and at the national level. I think this was the demand by them. That
Lot
is
of
how it
cry.
has been accepted by the government.
Lot of cry.
So that brings me to another. There is also a gender sensitivity in this. If you see the recent labor codes, they have allowed the female employees to work at night with certain provisions. But if you see, the code does not notify any of the gynecological issues on occupational diseases. It is absolutely silent. Unfortunately,
I think
we have gender equality in terms of paper, in terms of theory, but when it comes to this, I do not see anything included on occupational diseases related to the female employees.
Well,
so any
gynecology,
thoughts on that?
You see, there will be a state board of advisor also on this. They might come up with this, but as far as my knowledge goes, gynecological problems with the working conditions has.
I mean, there is no mention. What I'm trying to say is that
that is why, because there is no direct situation which is affecting this cause. Yeah, exposure to chemicals might.
It may aggravate the existing
you are right.
diseases.
Yeah, it is not mentioned, but
Yeah.
then the board advisory board is going to.
So
be there.
again, I'm coming to that again it will differ from state to state.
Yes.
Whether it will lead to any inequality in terms of giving a treatment.
No, I mean that state has to see their own areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bakshi sir, you wanted to add?
I just wanted, my PhD is in occupational disease in relation to labor laws. So I can throw some light on it. And when you submit the thesis, last chapter is what researcher recommends. Now, honestly speaking, only NIOH is the flagship government organization which is studying the occupational disease at workplace in different domain. If you ask me, when I conceived in that, I'm not criticizing them. When I conceived in the department in 90 and when I retired in 2020, hardly 7-8 diseases they only could contract out. I mean, figure out that this, but there may be as many, which has not been on the surface. So the last chapter is researcher recommendation in your thesis, where it was expressively mentioned that there may be lot more things, but not figured out. So that is why the board, state board and the center board, has included first time in this new OSH code. I mean OSH code, which is in light of the day, to figure out what are the occupational diseases one contracts out by being, frankly speaking, in higher judiciary and higher bureaucracy, BP and diabetes are very common. But they have been contracted out by working under the stress. There is a stress hormone which is released, damages the pancreatic beta cells. That's why the diabetes, and which leads to BP. This is a scientific thing. So, point is that workplace I am exposed to n number of chemicals, gases, everything. But there is no scientific study. So this board.
If we see broadly, arising out of the employment and in the course of employment. So I think gynecology, to be on lighter side, does not fall under
Course
that.
of the-
But nevertheless, there is going to be effect of chemical gases and this kind of thing on the condition. So state board might decide on that.
Yeah. So because that's the point I wanted to drive.
So
that,
it is not covered, and still things are not comprehensive and exhaustive.
तो जो बोल रहे हैं ना भूपिंदर जी, अभी तो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी टू कंफ्यूजन ही है, क्लैरिटी तो आई नहीं इसमें. So the another question was that there is a self-certification scheme. So previously also, Bakshi Sahab will recall that in Gujarat we were very progressive and lot of self-certification scheme, propaganda, all that came. Now again that has come. How far this is going to be successful and whether it will really reduce the inspector or facilitator regime?
Yeah, I think it will reduce, because now in this recent code, it is going to be 90% almost web-based inspection, web-based.
Yeah.
So you have to reply on the website. Then 10% will be selective, which inspector might feel on the basis of complaint received or on suo moto also. Now this is very dangerous trap. Suo moto mein
Suo moto
how-
is facilitation.
how you are taken care or not. So it will depend. But by and large, industry will be free from this kind of botherations because it will be web-based. And self-certification was there in Gujarat since a couple of
Yeah.
years.
But
And,
it never
and
took off
practically-
that big.
Practically, they didn't come for inspection.
Yeah.
They didn't come for inspection.
So,
Yeah,
Bakshi sir.
Vivigiri National Labour Institute have studied why it never took off well. In spite of that, we came out in a very transparent into it. First, I'm not criticizing anybody. That is my humble submission. The retainers in the field, they have misguided. Don't sign this document, otherwise this will happen, that will happen. Second, lack of awareness on the part of employer. Because I am a business tycoon, I have relied on Mr. X, Y, who are my retainers, whatever they say, please do it and forget about it. You see that. And third, inspecting device. In 3 chronology, the scheme, although it was very transparent, and I was abused when we were doing all these things by my fraternity. But it has not worked at all. That is a fact of life.
So this also provides, there are some arbitrary benefits to journalists and sales promotion. They have journalists and sales promotion employees, they have specific leave and work hour protections, while the others are left out. So this is also going to be an issue over a period of time.
That is the nature of job is such. Nature of job is such.
So, but there is no clear rationale mentioned in the code.
No, no.
So
That is the beauty of labor laws.
Yeah.
Everywhere you will find.
that is the beauty.
Like criminal laws, when you see, there are well defined.
Sir,
There are no doubts.
with all due respect, I will say one thing here. Object of the act, what we see into the act, it's hardly 4 or 5 lines, but there is a statement of object on the official site of the Labour and Employment Department, government. You can see there is 3-4 pages statement of object, and that is all being deliberated in tripartite consultation. Why this is being done? Very honestly, I am not saying this or that, but enough thoughtful exercise being done. ठीक है, 100 में से 2-3 इधर उधर हो सकते हैं, I don't dispute. But by and large, there is something behind it, and so if you read those 4 pages, it will give idea the statement why this is being done.
So all professionals and audience is requested to read basically the objects of the ad, objectives. That will help you to understand. So that brings me to another question is on core activities and non-core activities.
Yeah.
So there are some exceptions given for sudden work. You can employ even the contractual labor. Will this not lead to some kind of manipulation or bending the laws as and when I want it as an employer?
Yeah, you are right. I would say manipulations were happening. Now it will not happen. Because in form number 5, every employer sitting here will write loading and unloading. But actually he is doing operator's job. So far as this law was concerned, there was no categorical compartmentalization that what is called core activities and what are non-core activities. Now, very well definition, I would say non-core activities are defined already in the codes. Security, canteen, housekeeping, gardening, civil construction, blah, blah. The entire list is given. But core activity, they have not given list. But the very meaning of core activity is that the nature of activity which is of a perennial nature, which is the core business, which helps in the core business of the business, rather production. Production is a core business, right? Main activity, which is ordinarily carried out. So things which are not done through a ordinarily done will fall under that. Like gardening. Gardening is not affecting your cost of the product, or in any way you cannot call it because gardening is not there, my production will not happen. Am I right? So that is how core and non-core have been defined. But nevertheless, government like Karnataka had already defined this earlier also, before the code. Correct. So now it is nationwide. So it is very clear now where you can deploy the contract labor and where you cannot. And if you want to deploy, again, today also condition is that if you see the reverse side of the contract labor license, you will find that if you are employing him on the same kind of job which permanent employee is doing, then you have to pay him the same wages. But nobody has seen the backside of the license. The unfortunate part is that we only see the front side of the license and form number 5 for loading and unloading. That's it. So now things are very clear, and this will not be permissible. So we have to see how best we will be managing.
One thing, there is an illustrative list of non-core activities like gardening, civil, sanitation, blah blah blah. But it will amount to non-core activities. But your set up for such kind of activity, then it will be not non-core activity. It will be a core activity. It will be a core activity.
Right. Yes, very right.
And in the new definition of contract labor, if the employer, the owner, if employs the people for such kind of perform the activity in other agencies, then it will be a contract labor. But the person, the worker, performs the activity of the employer, then it will be not contract labor. तो वो contract labor नहीं रहेगा वो. Suppose मैं employ करता हूँ और GSFC में deploy करता हूँ, then he will be a contract labor. But वो मेरा काम करता है, then he is not a contract labor.
अमित जो आपने जो पॉइंट रेस किया ना, I would elaborate that in terms of the language of the code itself. Person can be engaged, contract labor can be engaged in non-core core activity, provided if the normal activity is done through contractor only, then it will not be a non-core activity. It is considered a core activity, and contract labor can be engaged in that, provided the normal job is done through contractor only.
Is being done.
What he's saying.
आपका जो पॉइंट था वो यही पॉइंट था आपका. होटल का बताया आपने, होटल में अगर नॉर्मल का कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के थ्रू ही होता है, देन दिल विल बी कंसिडर्ड एज कोर एक्टिविटी ओनली. उसमें आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर एंगेज कर सकते हैं. और जो जिग्नेश भाई ने पॉइंट बताया, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर का जो डेफिनेशन है एक्सक्लूजन, वो तो पवार साहब ज़्यादा बोलेंगे इसके ऊपर. बट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर डज नॉट इंक्लूड ए रेगुलर एम्प्लॉय ऑफ द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हु इज गवर्न बाय द टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस ऑफ द एम्प्लॉयमेंट of the main contractor, and he gets periodical increments and all other benefits through him, and he is member of social security schemes, then he is not a contract labor for your purpose.
Yes, mostly this, I think the law has also to change with the changing economies. Because if you see the list of other than core and other than core, non-core word तो use नहीं किया हुआ, core or other than core. No, the list which we have just mentioned, loading, unloading and all that, mostly you will find you have specialized agencies available to do that work. I think that was the intention behind it, because company creating its own security force, it has no meaning. When security services are already available in the market, and you utilize that freely, because that will give you better service at a better competitive cost. So list of non-core is basically into that areas, and this is going to help the employers to large extent to utilize their services without any fear that they will get regularization in your organization, because they are into perennial nature of work and all that.
Cost competitive
falling
also.
under section 10.
Cost competitive also.
Yes. This is going to help the employers.
It is one of the most commendable clause in the entire labor codes.
That is why opposed by unions.
So there is also a provision for now the appropriate government to set on overtime limits and all. So is this a good move, or the employee burnout will take place?
No, I think overtime is welcomed by the employee, but it is a double-edged sword. you know, when you need it, they will bargain it कि अगर आपको ओवर टाइम पे रोकना है साहब तो फिर लंच फ्री देना पड़ेगा. So it is always a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
But now the point in this is that you need a written consent of a worker.
I think
which
it is
was not
more formalized.
more formalized. Otherwise, everybody will welcome overtime. OT for roti and salary for saving. That is the industrial worker formula.
कंसेंट तो इम्प्लाइड है.
Consent implied है वो तो.
जहाँ रखना है रख लो, दे दो. जहाँ साइन करवाना है करवा लो, ओवर टाइम दे दो. कंसेंट देने के लिए तो तैयार घूम रहे हो लोग.
एजुकेशन के लिए 75 का 125 कर दिया अभी.
हाँ वो तो ऑर्डिनेंस आया था ना. Then now it has been amended by bill. Yeah. हाँ, you know, people, migrant workers, they always want 12 hours duty, like security.
So that we are closing the 4 codes discussion, and I'll take we had informed our all participants to send us few questions. So we will take those questions. Guys, I have a full compliments for all of you. Let's have a big round of applause. Nobody has moved from the seat. And that speaks volumes of the depth and the richness of discussions and the knowledge our panelist brings. जिन्होंने रातों को जगाकर सूरज को जगाया है, उन्होंने ही इतिहास बनाया है. I think that calls for a big round of applause for all our panelists. But I have one big grievance for the participants. We had circulated our crisp presentation on labor laws. Hope all of you must have received, yes or no? And the kind of questions I have received, I'm very sorry to say that none of the questions I found to be asked to this panelists who are, you know, the knowledge is so high. Somebody has written that I will ask questions as and when debate goes on. I'm just sharing that, you know, it is more than 200 questions. We have to figure it out whether any question is important or not. Because we are doing this program with the help of Prahlad Bhai free of cost, I think some kind of responsibility lies with you guys too. Isn't it? Yes or no? Another question is, yes, what about Gratuity Act? Now tell me what question you are asking. I am just sharing this because we are taking important time from the questions which needs to be answered by this esteemed panelist. Somebody has said that what is the impact of new code? तो भैया आप क्या पढ़ के आए? I am just sharing this. It gives me a lot of pain to tell you this. That when we are coming, and I had made it mandatory that everybody should read the presentation so that you come for a very meaningful discussion. Now somebody has asked a question that can we take FTC for 6 months to avoid gratuity? Now, any of the panelists would like to answer this?
ये बंदे को तो जो नेक्स्ट टाइम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ड्राफ्ट करे ना तो उसमें लेना चाहिए.
I think we are here more of on a largely progressive IR and labor practices. Let's not cut the corners. If you cut the corners, you know, if you give peanuts, you get monkeys only. You know, you must understand this. Then there is another question called, there is a confusion related to ESI's calculation. अभी वो खुद ही confused है कि क्या calculation चाहिए उसको. I think such questions you should ask the panelists either one to one or you ask separately. We are here to help, but this is not the question which I would like to take on. The one question is, I think Pawarji and Prerak can answer is, what will be the role and importance of grievance redressal committee?
in the new IR code. And I think this is some question. I think we must give a credit to the person whosoever has raised this question.
See, the question is very pertinent. Sir, I agree with you. Grievance Redressal Committee, once again, it's a very, very guarded statement. That number of person will be 10, 5 from workers, 5 from employers. Another important feature in the favor of workers is that chairmanship of the grievance committee shall be by rotation. एक साल employee का होगा, एक साल employer का होगा. Third point is decision will be by majority. Agreed. But यहाँ भी एक बहुत बड़ा catch है. If decision is by majority, but in that case also, if majority of the representative of the unions agree, only then it will be considered majority. Just to give you illustration, 5 employers के है, 5 management के है, 5 employees के है. 7 ने एग्री किया कि ये डिसीजन हम लेते हैं. 7 में से 5 मैनेजमेंट ने एग्री किया, 2 यूनियन वालों ने एग्री किया. It will not be considered a decision of grievance redressal committee, because आपको minimum 3 का from union, you need their approval for taking the decision. So this is hugely in favor of workers, employees, and decision has to be given within 30 days. If decision is not given within 30 days, the matter moves to conciliation officer. The employee is free to move to send the decision matter to conciliation officer. और वहाँ भी एक freedom है. Conciliation में 45 days तक judgment कुछ आया नहीं, he goes next level to industrial tribunal. So that is what I mean to say is GRC is usually beneficial and it has been structured to make it more meaningful.
But it is mandatory, that is a good thing.
Yeah. So,
and it is grievance, not the dispute committee.
Now,
Working
point
condition.
is, while these things were being drafted, as good as 6-7 drafts, and idea was to reduce the load on the judiciary. Very honestly, the biggest problem with Indian judiciary is compilation of cases. So try to make the filters. So structures were there, but now it is made mandatory before I go to the tribunal, because labor courts are no more in the new labor code. I need to agitate between grievances redressal committee and then conciliation and then the system. And if it is less than 20, then straight to conciliation officer. It is the track of journey and then the tribunal. So idea in discussion was to reduce the burden on the judiciary. And that is why this format has been created. Time will tell how far it works or otherwise.
Bakshi sir, sorry to, I may disagree with you. The purpose, agar objective था to reduce load on judiciary, we are not doing it. आज की डेट में the matter goes to tribunal only when it is referred by appropriate government to the tribunal.
Conciliation.
Now any party can go straight to tribunal.
No.
Yes, the provision clear provision. Any party can move and submit terms of reference.
No. I am authoritatively saying no, and I am answerable for what I am saying before the whole gathering. I cannot go directly as an affected workman to the tribunal directly. I have to go through the machinery, which is laid down under the IR code.
No, what I'm telling you, conciliation failure, conciliation जाना ही है.
Conciliation is a government machinery. It's
Sir,
a
sir,
statutory.
1 minute, Bakshi sir, one minute. Let me explain. Conciliation failure होने के बाद the report of FOC, what you call failure of conciliation, goes to appropriate government. They take a call कि आपके पास 10 है, 10 में 2 refer करने हैं, 8 refer नहीं करने हैं. आज की डेट में all 10 can go to tribunal after failure of conciliation.
No, the court, see, in telco it is decided we have no adjudication power. We are purely executive functionary. 1999 telco benchmark, we have no powers. We are no more adjudicator. Whatever comes, only very recently in Kalpataru power, the Gujarat High Court has poked a nose, a single learned judge, that you need to filter whether there is a dispute or otherwise.
Exactly.
But that is, yes, stray cases, rarest in rare, but the telco prevails, being a apex court judgment. So the track is very clear. Idea when we were drafting was very clear. सबसे पहले grievances क्योंकि घर का झगड़ा घर में रहना चाहिए. Why I should cross the boundary? Then others will enjoy. So let us not do it was the core discussion. And then if it does not happen in conciliation, then it will go to the, in grievances redressal, it will go to the conciliation, and then to the tribunal. A labor court has been removed from the authority in the IR court. So that is what group discussion ditto I am sharing with.
बट सर फिल्टर जो फिल्टर था पहले गवर्नमेंट को फिल्टर करता था 10 में से 6 फिट फॉर रेफरेंस 4 नहीं है आज की डेट में वो नहीं रहा सर.
सर गुजरात की बात करूं तो मुझे 100 केस आते थे, हम 100 सीधा रेफरेंस कर देते हैं, ये लोग हैं यहाँ पे.
सेंटर में ऐसा नहीं होता था सर.
नहीं गुजरात सेंटर की
it was not there. So let's there is another question which has come, that what will be the scope of industrial relation as a function in coming days with the recent labor codes? It's a very generic question. So, but I'm just raising. Somebody has raised it.
Looking to
Any thoughts?
Looking to the strength here, I think scope is great. It's going to create more. It's a VUCA, I would say. This labor code is as good as VUCA. So take it for VUCA, good business for IR professional, consultants, advocates, and business for the courts also.
But last time
It's with a rider. With a rider, how you equip yourself in terms of knowledge and expertise. Otherwise, it will be a threat and liability to the organization.
I was going to say the same thing. Future of IR is right, but the only thing is we are not availing this opportunity. I tell you, I am interviewing many people in IR for my company with 10-15 years of experience. If I ask, आप compliances देख रहे हो 15 साल से, लेबर लाइसेंस देखा है, कहता नहीं देखा है. अब उसने लेबर लाइसेंस नहीं देखा है तो सेम एंड सिमिलर वर्क को कैसे वो डिफेंड करेगा अपनी कंपनी में. सो इफ दिस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन इज देयर, तो फ्यूचर ऑफ IR इज नॉट गुड. It is only good provided we make it good. Secondly, in some interviews, even you see today, this gathering I really appreciate. They have spent their Sunday, they have come here to listen to the labor codes. I get pain when I ask in the interview, many people, कि भैया अभी 1 अप्रैल से तो आपको implement करना पड़ेगा. There are many people who have not even gone through that. कईयों को तो नाम ही भूल जाते हैं. मैं बोलता हूँ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर किस कोड में है तो वो भी नहीं उनको मालूम. So how can you implement that? If that kind of situation is there, then future of IR is not good. And let us equip ourselves, as he has rightly said. And my only request to all of the people, young people, and who are going to continue their career in IR, please go through all the codes line by line. Please, every Sunday you spend one. During this March, you'll have 4 Sundays. Each Sunday you spend on one code. By 1st April, you will be ready. This is my personal suggestion to all of you. Please go through what are the changes which are coming and how you are going to implement in your organization. That is a big challenge which you should be prepared.
And
only then IR is good.
And IR cannot be replaced by AI, mind it.
That is the only area which IAI is left.
What will happen? There will be 2 things will happen. Going logically, if you equip yourself, strengthen yourself, industry, employer will trust you, will put faith in you. Okay, ये बंदा काम का है, ये IR काम का है, IR can deliver what is expected. अगर ऐसा नहीं होता है, तो what will happen? कि industry, employer lose the trust among in the fraternity, in the individuals as professionals. That will be the biggest threat to the fraternity, not as an individual. तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, collective responsibility है कि we rise to the occasion, we deliver as a professional people.
Another question was that why trade unions are opposing the new labor codes?
First is the restricted practices on strike, as I told you. Second is retrenchment, another thing. Third is standing orders, those conditions which are all putting restrictions on them, so nobody is going to like it. That's why there is a precise reason they are opposing.
वो अपोज इसलिए कर रहे हैं, जैसे इन्होंने बोला जो थोड़ा बहुत बचा वो भी चला जाएगा अभी यूनियंस का, क्योंकि लेस देन 300 होगा, कोई पूछेगा नहीं उनको. राइट टू ये 14 डेज स्ट्राइक नोटिस आ गया, दैट मीन्स यू कांट गो ऑन स्ट्राइक. सो वट एवर चेंजेस आर कमिंग, दे आर नॉट पॉजिटिव टू देम. That is why, and like in contract labor, no, all the changes which are coming, they are not liking that. So some of the things are not, they are not comfortable.
With this code, it will be unions. It will not be trade unions because it was a trade.
ट्रेड
Now
निकल जाएगा.
trading business is gone now.
But at the same time, there is one clause in the labor codes I will not name. You need to go through, you need to find out. Okay, that clause particularly empowers the trade union in certain matters. You need to find out.
So, it is a finding, what you say, this was, done while drafting was on, that power to file the criminal complaints to worker union. What has happened is, I said short while back, I worked as a court officer for 3 years. And I have never seen the courts. And I also told for initial 8 months, judge used to fire me. The position of complainant into the criminal courts are worse than the one who has actually committed an offense. So very honestly saying, so if they go file the case and if realize the dearth of it, then they realize it is not, I can name, sir, in Gujarat, in my career, only one case where we have under section 34 subsection 1 of the ID Act at that point of time authorized the Amleta Spinning Mill Workers Union to file a criminal case. Union, because they filed a petition in the High Court that we don't have a faith in the officer discharging duty in Bharuch district. And that case derailed. So point is, if they go, they see the, the judicial proceeding, they realize. That is the point. That is why these have been done actually. Let them do it. उनका झगड़ा उनको फेस करो, क्रिमिनल कोर्ट में जाए, टाइम पे समन्स में नहीं जाते ना हमारे लोग, तो हमारे भी नॉन बेलेबल वारंट आते हमारे अफसर के, जो केस फाइल करते हैं ना उसके. तो हम तो किसी और के लिए काम करते हैं, that is the stakeholder, but still we face this. So let them go and face their problem. We will authorize them to file the case. There is a provision. There was provision earlier also, has been reproduced here.
So there is another question, that what will be the actual applicability of new labor code to ongoing legal cases?
That will continue. I don't think there is any change.
I don't think there is any change in that.
That is my
there are two provisions. There are two provisions. आज की डेट में जो भी केसेस लेबर कोर्ट और ट्राइब्यूनल में कंटेस्ट हो रहे हैं, they will by default shift to the new tribunals constituted under the higher court.
Not affect.
And the new the tribunals, there is an option. It can start de novo or it can start from the stage where it was left earlier. That is the discussion is given to the tribunals.
So there are a lot of questions people have asked on CTC restructuring. I don't think this is a forum where anybody wants to give a general idea. Otherwise, almost 20 questions have come on how do we restructure by CTC. Now that is, I think, based on company to company, what kind of basic DA and other allowance pattern you are
following. If you have
following.
digested the definition of wage, then you have to decide accordingly.
Yeah. There is another question, impact of overtime in wage definition. I think that you have amply cleared earlier. Yeah. This is important, that how much economic burden will come on employer with the implementation of new labor codes. Is there a sizable burden for the SMEs? Because they are now coming in the net of all the social security legislations.
जो लाला टाइप कंपनी है जो फॉलो नहीं करती है, मिनिमम वेजेस कम देते हैं या जो लेबर लॉस फॉलो नहीं करते, उनके लिए इम्पेक्ट आएगा. बाकी जो वेज डेफिनेशन से रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग से ग्रेच्युटी और लीव एनकेसमेंट पे लायबिलिटी आएगा, इट विल बी एप्लीकेबल टू ऑल. बाकी इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक है.
It will not, sir, be restricted only to the gratuity. I said that the maternity benefit,
all benefits will attract.
are under different statute, will be influenced by this revised.
I would say that whosoever has asked this question, it has an impact from SME's perspective, but they have to sit with their CA and work out law by law what will be the actual burden coming into it and how they are going to absorb over a period of time in a phased manner. That could be the most possible answer for this.
One more thing, however, it's yet to come, but it's my personal view. Okay, when deciding the national floor wages, the government should consider all the aspects like for SMA, affordability of MSME. It should not fix the floor wages, which will be beyond affordability of such kind of industries, which employs more than 40% chunk of the workforce in India. Otherwise, it will be a big blow to such kind of industries. So national floor wages should be judiciously, it should be a consciously informed decision while deciding these factors. It should not be politically driven kind of things.
There is another question that how minimum wage protection be effectively extended to gig and platform workers. I don't see any.
Yeah, that's a question because their working hours are decided by themselves. So there cannot be minimum wages.
Master servant relations.
Yeah.
So another question has come, what is the difference between ER, IR and HR? Should we take this or not? I leave it to the panelists.
तो पूरी रामायण पढ़ रही यार, अब क्या बताना ये सब.
There is a specific question to Bakshi ji, with your name it has come.
Please.
That from a perspective of a regulator, what are the biggest practical challenges you see in implementing new labor codes at the ground level?
Well, I don't say anything here. The hype is created because maybe people are not equipped with it. It has seen light of the day on 21st November 2025. But I tell you, in 2022, I had a full 1-year course on new labor code with BK School of Management. I requested my dear friend also to have few sessions, if you recall, right? So, but it was not possible for. There is nothing so significant to. Only it is something here and there, and that is mostly been deliberated. What are significant new things? Otherwise, all things are as it is. But only idea is likewise nature. Laws have been merged under one title with chapterization.
I agree with it.
Consolidation.
Once we are talking about code on wages, if you see the 4 laws have been merged in code on wages.
Correct.
If you go through the code, there are 3 chapters separately assigned to each area. 1 to minimum wages, 1 to payment of wages, 1 to bonus. And as far as equal remuneration is concerned, that is covered under section 3 and 4 only. So most of the things have been retained as it is, with minor modifications, I will say. Therefore, it
Consolidation
is not a
has
big
been
challenge.
done. Consolidation has been.
Yes, consolidation है. तो ऐसा कुछ नया कुछ नहीं आ गया है कि हमको सडनली रातों रात कुछ करना है. बट हमको थोड़ा समझना पड़ेगा कि कहाँ चेंज आया है. वो चेंज समझना पड़ेगा और इम्प्लीमेंट करना पड़ेगा. That is the only challenge.
This is a good question. How large and small organizations are preparing their HR and IR teams for smooth implementation? Any thoughts on this? Or Bhupinder ji, at least you can tell that how Reliance is preparing. It's an exception, but yet we can get some ideas on this. Or Mandiya ji on GSFC. Both are large organizations, but definitely professional can get some tips.
Yes, my experience I share with you. These all codes came in 2020, right? And obviously it was written that it will come into force as and when central government implements that. And now it has taken 5-6 years. So there might be some organizations I have talked कि जब आएगा तो देख लेंगे. But we were not like that. I tell you, starting from December 20, a core team was constituted. I was part of that in a Reliance to work on the implementation of labor codes. And incidentally, the draft rules also started coming in 21. So more or less we know when the drafts have come, changes will be there, but not to that extent, based on the people opinion. So more or less there was clarity that what we are supposed to do. Since then, the very first thing was that how you sensitize your people. And I tell you, we had some presentations I have shared with many people. They have gone through that. A deck of 75 slides was prepared. What are the changes coming in the labor codes? That was given to all HR, IR people across the company. And by name, there were 543 people. those who were given this presentation, just to understand what is there, what are the changes coming. Then preparing your top management. Presentations were made even to the board or EC, that what are the changes in the labor codes which are coming, which in our company will have to implement, and where will be the financial implication also. That also we worked out at that point of time. Gratuity and these things which we are discussing today, in 21 itself we had decided this is going to be when these are implemented, this is going to be our challenge. Third major thing was preparing a checklist of compliances. After going through all the codes and on the rules, we had prepared all list of compliances which we will be expected to do when the codes are implemented. To the extent, if I have to issue a circular, for example, we were talking about supervisory fine policy. Now, where from it has come? Today we know that this code on wages is applicable to everyone in the organization, including the supervisory employees. Currently, if I want to impose some fine or make some recovery from the employee, it is for the workers only. I have to issue a show cause notice. But for officers, it was not there. Going forward, if I have to issue a explanation to the supervisory employee for making some recovery from his salary, how it will look like and all that. So drafts are also prepared, which we have worked, and simultaneously the legal opinions have also been obtained. To that extent, we are ready. We are just waiting for the rules to be finalized. And I am sure generally people are saying Reliance is ahead of the curve in the implementation of the codes also. We are going to be ahead of the curve and we will implement it within 30 days of the implementation.
Great.
This
great.
is the challenge.
Great.
That is the way. That is the way. Whether
And
small or big.
Bakshiji, since you have worked extensively on government functions, so how state government is taking this codes implementation, and do you have any insight that the facilitators, so-called, they will be able to really facilitate not the large organizations but the SMEs? Is there any rolled out plan of actions for the state labor department to understand this?
Or regional deputy labor commissioner have been assigned duty to work on each code. In fact, state had finalized rules somewhere in 2021. But since the government of India is now reviewing those things because quite old and codes have been rolled out due to whatever reason, but finally on this last year in November, then state is also revising or making changes what government of India has proposed in that draft rules. So the 4 region deputy commissioner, we have a structure, Ahmedabad, Baroda, Rajkot, Surat, and they have been assigned one code, like in Baroda, the working on code on wages, social security, my Surat colleague, IR code in Ahmedabad, and SS code in Rajkot deputy. They are structuring all these things. There are meeting going on, and assembly session is also on. So on a positive note, I say by 31st of March, things will be rolled out. That's what yesterday I had a small gathering of my Baroda colleagues. We had a dinner together. I could gather that. So that is how the issue is. State has to just implement whatever has been.
In fact, truly speaking, Gujarat government in framing rules had gone far ahead of many other states. What had happened? Central government issued the draft rules. Based on that, state drafted the rules, invited the comments, incorporated and implemented also, with one line that these rules will come into force, the date would become effective. So what happened in that? This government of the view that no, this will be whatever codes have come and rules have been finalized, we will be able to implement this. So immediately when it came, I contacted labor department officials and I wanted to check where we are, because the similarly statement came from central that they are going to republish the rules again. So I requested government officials that you have based your rules on the central rules. No, central rules is changing. So politely they told, we are prepared to amend our rules the moment central rules are coming. So situation is, as soon as central rules which are expected to come by 10th, this is what I am hearing, by 10th March or so, because 14th February was the last date for inviting the comments, which central government has already invited. They are consolidated and they are now in the process of finalizing, and it is expected by 10th, 11th, the revised rules of the center will come. So wherever changes are required by the state now, after seeing central rules, I think that they are going to implement it by end of March. So this is what is the scenario will be. Ultimately, the objective is that we will be able to make it happen by 1st of April. Before that, things will be in place so that it can be implemented by 1st. So some amendments to the state rules will come. I gave the example of your gratuity, for example. Earlier, there was no clause in social security rules about the gratuity clarification, that when you are determining the gratuity, what will be included in wages, what will not be included. Now, in central rules it is there, but the state rules which have been finalized, it is not there. So maybe when central rules come, the change in the gratuity calculation comes, this will be incorporated in the state as well. So those changes will be incorporated and the rules will be finalized by the state.
So I can safely say that the state department is also equally prepared to move forward along with the revised changes. So that's a good sign. So with that, we can take a couple of questions from the audience if you have any questions. It's a great audience. I would say none of the guys have moved out. It's a credit to you, credit to panelists. Mike Denova. You can take one of the mics from here now. We will take 5 questions.
So good afternoon. My question is on code of wages. So I read line by line, and this question is on the section to make the payment by end of 2 days for making the full and final, what we understand. But the clause mentions, it dictates that wages are to be paid within 2 working days. So is it wages that the first part, or is it the complete compensation? That is the first question. And second question is again equal wages for equal nature of work. So FT working in 2 years with an experience of 2 years and an employee with 12 or maybe 15 years doing same. So how to handle this situation?
I'll reply to both of them. One was full and final settlement. You said that it has to be done in 2 working days. Is it only wages? Yes. Whatever dues are earned by him which are given to him, other than your statutory requirements, like for PF, he has to fill up a form and then only you pay. Gratuity you have to pay within 30 days. Except those situations where separate laws are governing and the other things which you have to give, wages, but that only you have to settle within 2 quarters. Total amount, whatever you are supposed to pay to him. Whatever wages, obviously earned by him for his working with you, everything you have to settle. Whatever are dues to him. जिसको हम बोलते हैं ना उसके dues हैं, वो dues उसके pay कर देने के हैं within 48 hours or 2 working days that way.
We have to change mindset. We have to start working on 48 hours now.
Yes. In fact, it is
नहीं देने के नुस्खे छोड़ो.
Second question क्या था आपका? Yes. No. Good. So let us understand what is the clause in FTE written. What they have said, when you are employing FTE and he is doing same or similar work. Please understand. Same work or similar work. No, this has also been defined in the code. what will amount to same or similar. And if you go through the definition of same and similar, you will find this written there. Then in case the experience and the skill requirements are same for both, then it gets into that. So you will have to make an evaluation that the person with 2 years experience or with 20 years experience, obviously it will be different. But if both are of 2 years, then you can't differentiate. Right? I think that replies to you.
I think I would further add to this. Suppose in a typical condition, you have a settlement arrived at with the union, and there you have your salary is, let us say, 50,000, 60,000 rupees a month. So that does not mean that same 50, 60,000 rupees you have to give to FT also, because his length of experience, his merits, his qualification, maybe he is doing the same job, but he is doing for last 2 or 3 years, whereas that fellow is doing last 20 years. So it is not that way same wages. Okay. But yes, all benefits, welfare, leave, etc., everything has to be set. So that criteria you have to apply.
Any more questions? I can see a hand raised there. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is, in like many organization, 12-hour shift models have been implemented, and it has been followed for so long now. So in the shift rostering and everywhere. So from a human rights perspective, if we say, because sustainable development is the goal now of India.
Sorry, what is the goal?
The sustainable development is the goal of India, and human rights being a good pillar of one of the pillars of sustainable development. So my question is, how were these practices were assessed earlier, and now going ahead with the new labor codes, how we are going to safeguard these human rights, and we reduce the working hours from 12 to 8, and can we make it 3 hours? Because I see this is a mindset shift of the industries also, because there is a lot of resistance also when we face when we really want to implement 8-hour shift. So I just am wondering how it is going to be protecting human rights of workers, especially being the current situation in Panipat and Hazira also.
First of all, let's not talk of human rights. It's a Western concept. Where was the human rights when in Kashmir people were butchered? Where was the human rights when the entire civilization was wiped out? There was no human rights. Today also, you go to any mall, do you find any chair sitting for the staff? Where is the human rights? What Walmart is doing? No, let's not talk of all those superficial theory-based concepts. Let's talk reality. Okay? What the labor courts aims it at: first, ease of business; second, provide protection to the unorganized labor; and third, quick and smooth implementation through digitization. These are the three most cardinal principles of this entire labor codes. So we have to look at that. Sustainable development, although sustainable development, I think there will be more than 1 lakh industry in Gujarat. More or less. How many of them are following sustaining development? And what constitutes 93% of your labor is unorganized. Let's look at the basic facilities. Then we talk of, Viksit Bharat or Achhe Din Aayenge. First, let's look at, for 70 years, we have not been able to provide toilets to our people. Let's look at the reality. Are we able to do that first? We were not able to provide safety to our female employees. We have to take that first. So the entire labor code is to protect those who were unprotected. And more or less the 8-hour shift or 12-hour shift is again going back to the organization, where there is an urgency, where there is a necessity. And the panelists have also explored and expressed their fear that there will be some amount of manipulation which nobody can prevent. It is rightly so for the HR and IR professionals how they are sensitive to those incidences and they are able to frame those practices.
it cannot be imposed. Huh? See, this 12-hour thing came in Gujarat in that ordinance basically was to accommodate the semiconductor industry because there the process is such that need.
They cannot change people.
Yeah.
Plus, sorry.
It cannot be forced that one has to work for 12 hours. Then there are unions also, there are laws also too. You know, that come to your help. This is a choice given. Now tell me, out of this, anybody has 12 hours and for 2 or 3 days weekly of anyone has?
Yeah.
No one has.
Overall 48 hours have to be maintained.
That is there.
That is the challenge.
The entire boundary is very clear, 48 hours. You can't play with
Not
that.
that for all 6 days you have to engage 12 hours. It is not 72
And
hours.
please read the object of the labor codes. That will give you a far wider view of the same. Okay? Any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for such an enlightening session. I think what helped me gather was the depth to which we were able to address.
What is your question? It's a compliment.
Okay. My question is multi-layered. First, I am seeing that we are moving from an ecosystem where we are appointing employees, where the employment, अगर उसका हिंदी शब्द बोले कि नौकरी, नौकर. So from an appointment-based ecosystem, we are moving towards an agreement-based ecosystem, where the knowledge workers are somewhere able to multitask, or they need a second income somewhere, somehow, due to multiple factors. So addressing the point of moonlighting with the current labor codes, should we not also have included some semblance of that in our new labor codes to address a futuristic change in workforce scenario? Or our labor codes, the implementation as it is happening, is still far away from such a reality?
In any case, double employment is prohibited. What you are saying is moonlighting. So it is done in informal manner. There is no formal, neither recognition nor availability of facts how many people are doing that. Therefore, courts have silently ignored that. They don't want to accept moonlighting. Right?
Moonlighting is a double employment.
Yeah, which has been prohibited.
It is illegal.
So again, when the codes are addressing the realities on ground, in reality, I can see that in the basic workforce, which is there, the contract workmen, everyone who is participating in the ground level services, they are somehow definitely getting engaged in something or the other on the side, where they are able to earn some income in addition to the employment being provided. So people are doing that.
Exactly.
आप शाम को घर पे क्या करते हो, कोई पूछता है आपको?
Exactly.
So
नहीं
उसकी चिंता मत करो यार, सुबह 8 से शाम के 6 बजे की चिंता करो पहले.
8 घंटे के बाद आप क्या कर रहे हो? After you have finished your work, whether you are doing some part-time work or even at sitting home, you can do some work for the organizations and all that. That is okay.
आप सिंपल है, आप देखो आपके यहाँ जो काम करने आता है वो कोई दूसरी सोसाइटी में रात को सिक्योरिटी गार्ड का भी काम करता है.
Exactly.
See, there are certain situation where even labor code, जो लेबर कोड है वही प्रोटेक्ट हम नहीं कर रहे हैं. आगे की तो पीछे बात आएगी. But practically, I don't think labor code has a solution of all problems. That's the limitation of any law, and we have to accept it. Second thing is moonlighting and all has happened because of this IT jobs, largely the IT jobs. तो वो आज नहीं तो कल आप बेसिक लॉ पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें है कि डबल एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज प्रोहिबिटेड, और जो भी दोज हु आर कॉट practicing moonlighting, they are sacked. So there is a provision. How far we are able to implement, That is the question. And many a times, the employer who is employing the employee who is doing moonlighting, it is his dire need that because of his skill set, I have to keep him. हाँ ठीक है वो दूसरा नौकरी करता है but मेरा भी तो काम हो रहा है. So there is also a compromise. It's a marriage of convenience. So sometimes that also plays an important role. Yeah. Any other question? Sir, you wanted to say something? So, if there are no questions, yeah.
Hello, sir. You said कि new labor law and we have new provisions, and recently just we mentioned about gender neutrality. So I would like to know what will be the new provision for paternity leaves imposing on private companies.
There is no mention about the paternity leave in the new labor codes.
Yeah. So will it be because many times migrant couple may have to face the trouble?
So you have to simply give the benefit as per the labor
आप
codes.
जो शिफ्ट हो जाओ वहाँ paternity leave है.
No, I mean when we are going in detail.
Correct.
So what I am asking is,
No, at
when
present,
the thing
at
which
present
is very
there is,
obvious,
there is no provision.
At present, there is no provision.
it will not be provision. Okay.
There is no provision as of now.
Yeah.
In
current.
future,
Many companies have.
On their own, they have.
there is no law. Many companies have a progressive HR policies and they go for paternity leave.
Yeah.
Even the many kinds of leave which we have not heard of in our time of this thing. So, but that is again company to company philosophy.
Yeah, that is what that is variable. It's not exactly.
It is not by law.
Yeah, that is what my point is.
It is not by law. Hope we are able to clip it. So that brings the end of this session. I think if there you have many questions, you can have that. So I take this opportunity to thank all my esteemed panelists for making this. Actually, the labor codes are very dry, but they made it so interesting, sharing some of the life stories, some of the practical examples. So thank you very much, each one of you. Thank you very much, the audience. And एक सलाह है कि सलाह हारे हुए की, तजुर्बा जीते हुए का, और दिमाग खुद का आदमी को कभी बेसफल नहीं करेगा. Thank you very much.
राजा जी, एक मिनट, मैं प्रोडक्ट देसाई बोल रहा हूँ यहाँ पर. You thank the panelists, but on behalf of all the panelists, I would like to sincerely thank Dr. S.K. Rajada. जब मैंने पहले कहा ये कमेंट के बारे में सोचना, ये इवेंट के बारे में सोचना, ये करना, एंड देन प्लेइंग डेविल्स एडवोकेट. हम तो सोचा कि घर के आदमी तो हमको इजी क्वेश्चंस, पर पता नहीं कहाँ से ढूंढ के ले आए. And he told me I am devil's advocate. He had played that role very effectively. So big thank you to you on behalf of all the panelists.
Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause, everybody. Let's give a big round of applause. And thank you so much for being such a nice audience. बस इतना clap for the very depth interaction. Let's give a huge round of applause, everybody. और अच्छे से, और अच्छे से, और अच्छे से. पीछे से आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Wonderful, wonderful, very insightful session, and I would like to take this moment. So please be on the stage. Would like to invite Prahlad Bhai to felicitate, especially Raijada sir, with the Crown HR special eco-friendly memento.
I think I have attended by now more than 120 such programs. Have been moderator also. But this is the kind of audience very rare to see that people have not moved
Big
out
compliment.
of this.
Thank you so
Big
much.
compliment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please. Very wonderful. So this is what we call an eco-friendly gratitude memento, right? that we are so gratitude. We have amazing gratitude towards all panel members. Thank you so much, sir. Would like to invite Hiren sir to felicitate Bakshi sir. What an amazing interaction, Bakshi sir. Wonderful technical answers with the right numbers, with the dates. Amazing. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So Crown HR special gratitude moment to Bakshi sir for the wonderful interaction. Thank you so much once again, sir. Thank you so much. Would like to invite Pawan to felicitate Bhupender Singh, sir. Pawan? Yes, Pawan. Please, sir. Bhupender, sir, no, I have seen him since 2018, right? And he's always like this, humorous, amazing. You feel always live with him. Amazing personality, and he is getting younger and younger day by day. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. What an amazing interaction. Thank you so much, sir. Would like to invite Mayur, please, on the center stage. Where is Mayur? Yeah. Please felicitate. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, once again. And let's have Crown HR eco-friendly gratitude momento. Thank you so much, Yes Pawar, sir. Let's give a big round of applause, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Would like to invite Jigar Bhai, please, on the stage to felicitate Jignesh, sir. Jigar to Jignesh, yes, right. Wonderful Crown HR eco-friendly momento. ताली थोड़ी बजनी चाहिए, right? It's almost, we started around 10:30, and then it's approximately 2 hours 15 minutes on stage, more than that, discussing in depth. Fantastic. And panel discussion, interaction gives amazing depth. Thank you so much, Ignacio, once again. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Would like to invite Gaurav, please. Gaurav, please, to felicitate Prerak Desai, sir. So I know also, sir, very well since COVID time. It's very amazing. And when you meet sir personally, he is amazing. He's always excited to share so many things. Thank you so much, sir. Crown HR eco-friendly gratitude momento from our side. Thank you so much for all interaction, and thank you. Now, before we move forward to this, to the diets, would like to invite specially Sandeep Purohit, sir, for a fantastic conclusion and the vote of thanks. Sandeep, sir, over to you. Stage is yours. Let's give a big round of applause.
Let me tell you, Sandeep is one of the most eloquent speakers I have come across. And during my BMS days, his handling of quiz is fantastic. I don't see anybody in Gujarat near to him. So big round of applause for Sandeep.
Sandeep, 1 minute before you start. I was expecting a question from Sandeep. I was wondering अभी तक संदीप का क्वेश्चन क्यों नहीं आया. Now I realize क्वेश्चन क्यों नहीं पूछा.
सब लोग मिलकर के रुला दोगे क्या? I am not a fantastic concluding person, but I'll conclude anyhow. Shockingly, Dr. Raizada forgot about sharing one particular law. हाँ, shockingly बोला तो कम से कम सब लोग अब सुन रहे हैं मुझे. There is no such law. And the law that I wanted to refer is कि last speaker को भी सुनना. Last speaker ने सब कुछ सुना अपनी बारी के लिए. Uh, I would like to begin with our friend Hiren. Please, if you can. IR is always a very, very exciting field, but requires lot of courage also. देख लीजिए इनको. कई मुश्किलों से गुजर के ऐसी कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन करना पड़ता है. हिरेन, थैंक यू सो मच. यहाँ तक कि आपने हाथ को भी नहीं छोड़ा. Glad, extremely glad. This entire fraternity is grateful to you. Very, very thankful to you. आप हर 3-4 महीने कुछ ना कुछ हमारे लिए लाते रहते हैं और इसी वजह से हमको यहाँ बार बार आना अच्छा लगता है. थैंक यू सो मच. इसके बाद हैं हमारे प्रहलाद भाई. आइए प्रहलाद भाई. अभी भी अगर किसी को मालूम नहीं है कि नॉन कोर एक्टिविटी किसको कहते हैं, तो ये सारी चीज़ों को फाइनेंस करना उनका कोर एक्टिविटी नहीं है. That is non-core activity. All clear, especially the young ones? Prahlad bhai, thank you so much. You have been a pillar of strength, foundation of strength, tower of strength, everything for SHRP for so many years now. Thank you so much. फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में एक SRK बहुत फेमस है. गुजरात में वही अल्फ़ाबेट्स को हमने रीअरेंज करके SKR बना दिया. Anything that has to do either remotely, directly, indirectly, implied, expressed with HR and IR, and he is there. Dr. Raizada, thank you so much. For being a great mentor not only to the young ones but not so very young ones also. And the kind of experience that he brings in on the table, he brings in the room. बाकी तो लेबर कोड, न्यू लेबर कोड के बारे में मुझे कई बार कई लोग पूछा करते हैं कि किसका प्रोग्राम हम अटेंड करें न्यू लेबर कोड के बारे में. हमको अच्छी सी अंडरस्टैंडिंग चाहिए इसके बारे में. सो my first response always is that these days any person whose name or surname has N, L or C, one of this, is an expert in new labor code. But real ज्ञान अगर न्यू लेबर कोड पे चाहिए तो these are the ones who have given it today. बख्शी साहब ने अपने ऊपर ही कह दिया ऐसा कि जो कहीं नहीं चलता वो हेड ऑफिस में चलता है. ऐसा सर HR फील्ड में ऐसा है कि जो कहीं नहीं चलता वो ट्रेनिंग में चलता है. लर्निंग एंड डेवलपमेंट में चल जाता है. लेकिन सर आपने जो लर्निंग दिया है आज, and see the beauty of industrial relations, see the beauty of this entire program. A to Z हमने सुना है कि A to Z of लेबर कोड बताया, लेकिन बताया किसने? B to Y ने बताया, भूपिंदर जी से लेकर के यश जी तक. A और Z हमने इसलिए एक्सक्लूड किया कि A ज़्यादातर वो प्रीएम्बल होता है कि ये किताब में ये लिखा है, ये लिखा है, ये लिखा है, और Z में ग्लॉसरी होता है. तो ये दो को ही सिर्फ हिरेन भाई ने छोड़ा, बाकी B to Y इकट्ठा कर दिया उन्होंने टू एक्सप्लेन थिंग्स ऑन न्यू लेबर कोड. भूपिंदर जी, आपका जो A to I है और JK है वो सारा ही B to Y में आ गया. And one of the most see, IR is an exciting subject, no doubt. IR is an exciting field, no doubt. But type 2 diabetes लाने वाला field है. काफ़ी stress generate करते हैं. But what qualities an IR person must have? So that quality in abundance he has displayed, Bhupinder ji. हंस के ले लिया करो, मज़े करो और आईआर चलता रहेगा. You have a depth of knowledge, but the way you express that knowledge, the way you share that knowledge, hats off to you. Thank you so much, Bhupinder ji. यश जी इज लोग उनको पवार साहब के नाम से ही जानते हैं. ये वाई वाला मुझे एकदम से याद आ गया तो मैंने बिठा दिया B2Y. But otherwise he's Pawar Sahib for all of us. The original Bhishma Pitama of IR in Baroda and Gujarat market. और अपोलो वाला ए का IR हैंडल अगर करना है तो इनसे सीखना है, इनसे सीखना है. Those were the days which were very, very tough on HR managers. And Yashji has handled IR during his entire tenure, anywhere and wherever, and has set a benchmark in ways to handle IR. Thank you so much for that, Pawar Sahab. Last time IR का जब सेशन हिरेन भाई ने किया तो मुझे टोन सेट करने के लिए बोला था एंड आई वाज हैप्पी. ये टाइम पे आते ही मुझे बोला कि आपको एंड करना है. एंड आई सडनली रिमेंबर्ड माय स्टूडेंट्स. वो बेचारे 50 मिनट का क्लास में 10 मिनट के बाद इधर उधर देखना शुरू कर देते हैं और मुझे यहाँ पे 2.5 घंटा सब कुछ सुनना पड़ा. 2 बार बायो ब्रेक लिया तो आकर के अमित को कंफर्म किया कि और कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट तो नहीं चला गया है ना कि जो रह जाएगा. बट देन सच इज द ब्यूटी. माय डियर फ्रेंड प्रेरक वैसे मेरा सीनियर है और whenever you are known as a senior or addressed as a senior gives a different feeling altogether, है ना, बड़े भैया जब कहते हैं तो. He has digested IR in a huge organization like ONGC and site to site pan India presence जिसकी है. So much of laws, rules, regulations. In fact, my favorite tagline as far as IR is concerned is that so long as there are flaws, there will be law. और फ्लॉस तो कम कभी नहीं होंगे. कुछ क्वेश्चंस भी जो रायज़ादा जी को पूछे गए, इट वाज अबाउट कि कैसे यहाँ से बाहर निकलना है. यहाँ से नहीं, सिचुएशन से कैसे बाहर निकलना है. यहाँ से तो बाहर निकलोगे मैं पूरा करूँगा फिर. सो प्रेरक हैज़ a wealth of experience in managing various sites of ONGC where not only law applies, rule applies, but ONGC's own rules and regulations, plethora of rules and regulations. And he has been doing exceedingly well there. He is a favorite amongst his students at Faculty of Social Work, where he is a professor of practice. And thank you so much, Prerak, for sharing your knowledge this morning. Jignesh has been a colleague at GSFC, and I have seen him perform at GSFC in the field of IR. And probably, I'm not sure, I'm subject to correction, the only organization probably where union elections are conducted online. Any organization that is doing this? और उसका जो रिजल्ट है 5 बजे तक का वोटिंग है, 5:05 में उसका रिजल्ट आ जाता है. एंड देयर इज नो रिगिंग ऑफ वोट्स. नो यूनियन और मेंबर कम्स एंड कंप्लेन्स कि इतना वोट गलत आपने खा लिया या ये किया वो किया. एंड GSFC हैज अ लेगेसी ऑफ ओवर 6 decades. So what IR would be like, you can imagine. In fact, Raizada साहब, जब मैं 1-2 बार बायो ब्रेक के लिए गया तो I could see some youngsters discussing that बट देन उसका हल आपने भूपिंदर जी एंड में बहुत अच्छा निकाला। ये लोग सब जब सुन रहे थे न्यू लेबर कोड, तो शायद कुछ लोगों के चेहरे पे ऐसा दिख रहा था कि આ લોકોએ આમને મત ચલાવ્યું છે, બધું આપણા ભાગે જ આવશે કરવાનું। તો એટલે હાવ એવું નથી। भूपिंदर जी ने क्लैरिफाई एंड में किया कि नहीं, थोड़ा बहुत सिर्फ कॉस्मेटिक चेंज ही किया है, बाकी सब कुछ हमने भी किया है। तो सारी चीज़ें आप पर नहीं है। और सर ये तो वो जनरेशन है, सर आपने बताया था कि ट्रेड यूनियनिज्म अभी यहाँ पे है ही नहीं। उसका मेन रीज़न ये है सर कि ये जनरेशन नारेबाजी में नहीं मानती है, ये क्वाइट क्विटिंग में मानती है। આપણે જોઈએ એવું ના હાલે તો કામ કરો જ નહીં લા, બહુ થાય તો નાહી જવાનું બીજે, અને લિંક્ડઇન ઉપર ને ઇન્સ્ટા ઉપર મૂકી દેવાનું ટોક્સિક બોસ, ટોક્સિક કંપની, ગ્લાસ ડોરમાં લખી દેવાનું કે નેવર એવર गिव इंटरव्यू। तो सर ट्रेड यूनियनिज्म का थोड़ा डर मुझे लग रहा है कि वो अभी गया, सर ट्रेड भी गया, यूनियन भी गया शायद। So Jignesh has been doing exceedingly well in the field of IR at GSFC, and I have seen him grow, I have seen him rise. He's serving various other forums like BMA, like CII. Thank you so much, Jignesh, for your services to SHRP. थोड़ी ज़्यादा ही दे दो तो थोड़ी मेरी और भी आ जाएगी। I also belong to the same organization. And team SHRP, wow, just three alphabets, wow. You have been giving out your services day in and day out, and जितना एनर्जी हमारे हिरेन भाई का है उससे कम से कम आपका एनर्जी तीन गुना होना चाहिए, और है क्योंकि हिरेन जी खुद टोस पर रहते हैं। And bringing programs every 3 months, दो उन्होंने एक भामाशाह ढूंढ लिया है, तो फाइनेंस अब तो शायद फॉर अनदर फ्यू इवेंट्स प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बट द निटी-ग्रिटीज, द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन and any voluntary work requires lot of voluntary help, and voluntary help is always involuntary. It comes with lot of difficulties, क्योंकि there is no labor code that will apply to voluntary work, कि ये नहीं किया तो 12 घंटे में ये, 8 घंटे में वो। There was some question on 12 hours. Sir, you would know in Surat decades ago there was an ALC called Malaviya ji, Malaviya या Malviya, I don't, Malaviya. And I was serving an organization which had a plant in Surat, and I went there for a formal introduction, courtesy visit to Malaviya Sahab, and he was known for his safari dresses, if you remember. तो उन्होंने ये कहा, भाई ये सारी चीज़ें मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि जितना मैंने याद किया है आप लोगों को लेबर कोड याद करना है ऐसे, it's just to demonstrate that how to remember things. So he said that I have just taken over as ALC, and मुझे कुछ देर और ज़्यादा बिठाया उन्होंने, because some representation was going on. And then while apologizing, he said कि Mr. Purohit, very interesting representation had come to me. Now Surat background, whoever has would know कि वहाँ पे maximum migrant workers हैं। तो ही सेड कि मेरे पास ऐसी कंप्लेन लेकर के ये लोग आए हैं कि हमारा एम्प्लॉयर ने हमारा पैसा कम कर दिया, 12 घंटे की जगह 8 घंटा काम करवाता है और 8 घंटे का पैसा दे रहा है। दैट वाज सूरत फॉर यू, दैट इज 12 hours वर्क। So all these things, this panel led by Dr. Raizada have made so easy for us to understand, so easy for us to understand. And अच्छा है सर, मैं और अमित मीडिया इंटरेक्शन में यही बोल करके आए थे कि आज जो चर्चा सत्र है, it is about giving a push to Prime Minister Modi's Make in India, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस वगैरह वगैरह, यही सब हम उनको बोल करके आए थे। और फिर जब यहाँ पे आकर के हमने सुना कॉम्प्लेक्स कंफ्यूजन, तो हमको लगा अच्छा मीडिया वाले चले गए हैं, वरना वो कुछ और छाप देते। है नहीं ना अभी यहाँ पे कोई। So, audience, you have been great as always in supporting SHRP and its activities, and we admire your patience, we admire your support, we admire your unstinted support to SHRP and all its activities. कोई रह नहीं गया है ना। अब भाविन, of course, my friend भाविन, भाविन अच्छा है आज उन्होंने वो young वाला कुछ बोला नहीं। Last time he said that I look young and I blew a few thousand rupees on jeans, t-shirt and sneakers. तो आज नहीं बोला, अच्छा है। वैसे मैं आज आने वाला नहीं था आपकी बातों में। So that is how हंसते खेलते SHRP does all these events, and it is for the fraternity, probably the only organization that is so much connected to fraternity, especially more so because all its events are free of charge. And I think for, if nothing else, this one thing, they deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. बंद भी हो जाइए भाई, मुझे निकलना है. Thank you so much. You have been a great audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, for the final time, let's give a round of applause to Sandeep sir and all the dignitaries. Thank you so much for being here. You can take your dais. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You can take your seat, please. Thank you. Thank you. Now, very quickly, team will take 2 minutes of time. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll take 2 more minutes to just, yes, offboarding the furniture and chairs and tables from the stage. Now we are going to announce a next event, next planning of SHRP. So everybody can be ready mentally. You can, book your dates on a slot. So you can be mentally prepared that when you have to come next, when you have to meet next. But till that time, once again, thank you so much, all the volunteers for the fantastic work that you guys are doing. All the, mornings, all the leaders, Yuva leaders who took the stage for the introduction for the first time. Few of them have presented for the first time on the stage. So let's give a round of applause for everybody, the young leaders. It looks little blur here. It looks little blur here, but let me tell you. So as you know that we have a pratha कि हम लोग जून में HREHS event करते हैं. So this year, 7th or 14th June, depending on the availability of the dignitaries. 7th or 14th June, we are going to do this event. That is HREHS event. Mainly 3 awards that we have started before few years. Seva Ratna Award, Suraksha Ratna Award, and Paryavaran Ratna Award. This EHS award is mainly focusing on the safety, environment, and so many things. And by the way, the 4th of this March, 4th of this month, we have what? Which day? So happy safety day to you guys and everybody. 4th March that we are going to celebrate. But then this will be 7th June or 14th June, one of the date. And next, please, can we have one more image? Okay, it looks blurred, but it's okay. We will be having multiple panel discussions also, right? I'm sure you must have enjoyed, learned so many things in today's event. बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला, interaction हुआ, आप लोगों ने questions पूछे, right? तो HREHS event में भी different panelists होंगे, different round of discussions होंगे, and we will be having amazing in-depth learning about EHS and ECG and so many things. So thank you so much for being here and for being amazing participants. For the last time, clap for yourself. Thank you so much.